It's time for chaos theory, homeostasis, Stein's gate. Messiah, noun. 1. In Christianity, the title for Jesus Christ. 2. The one who brings salvation to mankind, Savior. 3. The one who rescues others from peril. Salvation, noun. 1. Deliverance from pain and suffering, from Kojian Dictionary. John Titor is a fraud. I scream at the absurdity. Dara and Chris give me exasperated stares, but I ignore them. Me? The Messiah? Ludicrous to think that I would save humanity. I am no Messiah. I am the insane mad scientist who in coma, who has walked through fire and bathed in an ocean of blood to escape the clutches of the organization. My desire is chaos unending. Do you think that destroying the system will bring peace to the world? The answer is no. No, I say. Death to the naive fools who believe such lies. The collapse of authority means that lawless chaos shall reign. Also, I have mail. Mayushi says, speaking of lotteries, Mayushi won a magazine sweepstakes once. Amazing, huh? You know the hero, Gunbum Satsuri. I won an autograph from his voice actor. And that's right. Makiseshi, what the hell happened to Okarin? Beats me. A few hours ago, he was exchanging emails with John Titor, and then he suddenly got quiet. And then he started ranting. He's been like this for half an hour. He's been acting strange all day, don't you think? Agreed. Listen up, lab mems. It's time to resume Operation Urd. Seriously? The manager is still downstairs, you know. Fret not. It's almost closing time for the Braun Tube workshop. The phone wave doesn't work at night, remember? It's worth a try. We need to figure out how late the phone wave name subject to change works. At the same time, I want to see if the two of you can use emails to change the past. Change the past? I still don't believe in the many worlds interpretation or Titor's attractor field theory. Actually, I'm starting to doubt them more and more. If we want to know how the world works, we'll have to figure it out ourselves, and to do that we need to experiment. One thing I'm sure of is that the mass disappearance in Akiba is related to D-mails somehow, as is the strange disconnect between my memories and everyone else's. According to Titor, I have a supernatural power, the one I call reading Steiner. My doubts about Titor's veracity aside, I do need to determine if I am indeed the only person who keeps his memories when the past changes. Change the past to your liking, as long as it's something easy to observe. Preparations for the phone wave name subject to change are complete. Daru's eyes wander to the ceiling in thought. Next to him, Karisu shrugs her shoulders and starts gathering her things. I'm going back to my hotel. Show me your report on today's experiments tomorrow. Hold it! When I grab her by the shoulder, Karisu nearly topples over. Hey, what's your problem? Who's writing that report? You, of course. This is your operation. And if we could get a report from the subject too, that would be even better. Karisu glances at Daru. Are you not interested in changing the past? What happened to your eagerness to experiment? Did you forget what I said this afternoon? I'm against it. But you were so enthusiastic when we began the experiments. You went along without a single complaint. In your dreams, maybe. I twist my lips into a grin. You're not being objective, Christine, Celeb 7. If you're going to correct yourself, at least get it right. We've already performed one experiment. I changed the past. Hey, no fair. Ah, but you were in on it too? But when the past changed, you forgot that it ever happened. Are you talking about this afternoon? I mean, when you suddenly started asking about the Lotto 6? Exactly. I explained what happened earlier this afternoon. You're not joking, are you? I'm serious. Seriously? One good look at my face and Daru seems to understand I am not joking. Krista, on the other hand, has a sour look. She's always like that. Why did everyone else lose their memories? Actually, did everyone else lose their memories? In order to find out, I need them to perform the same experiment. Okay, there's one thing about the past I definitely want to change. Daru is quick to adapt, as always. We've known each other for a long time. He trusts me implicitly. Or maybe he's just being faithful to his desires. What? Are you going to tell yourself to go on a diet? I wouldn't diet even if future me told me to. Daru tells me he wants to change the events of the Ferris Cup held at May Queen Nyanyan a few days ago. On that day, Daru got insta-killed by Ferris in a Rhinet excess battlers match. You're gonna change the results? I remember every move Ferris-tan made. It'll be easy to take her from behind. Aren't I a genius? Ferris is probably too good for that to work. She'll just counter his counter-strategy. Whatever. Daru, prepare to demail. Hell yeah! I'll give it my best shot. Daru hunches over and starts typing out the mail, leaving me to input the forwarding address into the phone wave, name subject to change. I sit in front of the X68000 and take a look at my watch. It's 6:55 p.m. No way to know if the phone wave, name subject to change, will operate at this hour. We haven't figured out the exact window yet. So why do you think you're the only one who remembers? You're awfully persistent. I see why they call you the zombie. I don't follow. Zombies never stop coming. They are persistent. Cut the jokes. I'm serious here. Kurisu's glare is scarier than usual. I might have wet myself a little there. I think that the key is who receives the D-mail. Only the recipient himself is able to retain his memories. That would be my guess. Actually, that hypothesis doesn't explain the mass disappearance in Akihabara. Of course, I still don't have the concrete proof that the mass disappearance incident was related to D-mail. We'll never know unless we experiment. After Daru, you'll send the next D-mail. Think about what you want to write. No. Kurisu replies emphatically. I am not sending one. Scared? That's not it. Then, are you worried about time paradoxes? Well, there's that. But it's more like a personal policy. A policy. Changing the past feels like cheating. I may only have 18 years of life experience, but I don't want to change any of those memories. I see. You're perfect now, so you don't want to change. That's not what I said. I don't want to deny who I've been, because even my failures are part of who I am today. Even if we solved all of this phone wave name subject to changes problems, you wouldn't use it? Even if John Tyler said you could use his time machine to travel to wherever, whatever time you wish, you wouldn't use it? Even if a blue robot cat from the future were to jump out of your desk and give you a doorway to everywhere, you wouldn't use it? Kurisu nods firmly. I wouldn't. But you love experiments, don't you? So, something wrong with that? So basically, you like to experiment on other people while you watch and cackle at the results. You truly are a mad scientist. Oh, hi, you. Done. Kurisu stalks towards me, but is pushed aside by Daru, who presents his phone with a triumphant grin. I take a look. At Ferris Cup, enemy setup, VL, VLL. I don't get it. Me neither. It's how Ferris Tan placed her cards. Can't you tell? You guys are lame. Well, whatever. Preparations are complete. If this works, the mail will arrive at Daru's phone 52 hours ago. The discharge phenomenon occurs normally. I close my eyes to shield them from the lightning and sparks. The D-mail was sent. Daru should have received it 2 days ago. However, why do I remember? When I sent a D-mail earlier this afternoon, everyone else forgot all about it. If Daru's D-mail changed the past, then the present should have changed too. Daru should be the only one who remembers that he sent a D-mail. Did the past change? Daru looks around in confusion. Wait. Daru, you remember too? Huh? Remember what? That you just sent a D-mail. Daru nods. Then I turn to Kurisu. She answers before I ask. Of course I remember. What are you? Oh, I see. According to your hypothesis, you and I shouldn't remember sending the D-mail. Daru, did you beat Ferris in the Ferris Cup? I don't know. You said the winner gets Ferris's home cooking, right? Did you eat it? What happened? I don't know. This sucks. I checked Daru's send history, as expected. The D-mail he's just sent isn't there, and we received a mail from Lukako. Mayuri-chan's obsessed with this anime called Rainet, so I rented it to see what it was about. I don't usually watch anime, and when I do, I prefer romance, but I found this anime to be pretty deep, even though it's aimed at children. I was surprised. P.S. I was so engrossed in Rainet I couldn't do any practice swings with Samidare. I'm sorry. I'll come back to that. I do, however, find the D-mail in his inbox. He received it 2 days ago, just like we wanted. This is the same thing that happened when I sent my D-mail. Maybe the past hasn't changed. I'll try calling Mayushi. He's the one who changed the past, yet he doesn't remember what happened after the change. That's all. Mayushi, you're still at work, right? Is Ferris-tan there? She is. Can you ask her if I beat her in the Ferris Cup? Did I get to eat her home cooking? Who lost? I did? Oh, barely took 5 seconds. Oh, okay. Daru's shoulders droop as he hangs up the phone. I guess that means the past hasn't changed. Why? It changed for Okarin, right? Maybe your foolproof plan wasn't so foolproof. Like, maybe it only gave you a slight advantage. I had the same thought. Ferris is supposedly a world-class player. Dari's time travel cheat may not have been enough. Since Stein defeated you anyway, the past didn't change. Yeah, but I mean, the game would have played out differently. That might not be enough to cause worldline divergence. Like Okabe said, you need to make a change that's easier to observe, or else there's no point to this experiment. Not that I approve of this experiment or anything. No, it's not over yet. I can still fight. Daru starts typing another mail. One more time. I'll try sending my past self some more advice. This time, something that'll ensure my victory. You really want to win that badly? More like he wants to eat Ferris's home cooking that badly. That's my final answer. Daru writes another D-mail. I don't bother checking what it says. I won't understand anyway. We activate the phone wave, name subject to change, and send the mail through, just like before. Oh? Nothing happens. No discharge. Usually, it happens 10 to 20 seconds after pushing the start button. The timer counts down to 0 without incident. Out of time. Looks like it. But my advice was perfect. There's nothing we can do about it. We'll postpone the experiment till tomorrow. I check the clock. It's just past 7 p.m. Looks like that's the cutoff. After I left yesterday, I was thinking, how exactly does the phone wave make time travel possible? It works like the LHC. Didn't you say the LHC was like a giant microwave? If every microwave could turn into the LHC, then Japan would have black holes popping up everywhere. Oh, that sounds worse than earthquakes. I know it looks like CERN is able to create pure black holes willy-nilly, but that's not supposed to be possible. You can't just press a button and make a black hole. Even if you could, the risks would be unthinkable. It's ridiculous to suggest that a household microwave could generate a black hole. Taito's time machine is small enough to fit inside a car, and it makes black holes. Well, that's what he said, at least. Now that I'm a little skeptical of Taito, I don't feel like bringing it up. My point is that there has to be something else going on here. Some outside source must be injecting electrons into this microwave. An outside source of electrons? What could that be? Well, I'm going back to my hotel. I've had enough of this filthy man cave. See you tomorrow. Don't forget to write that report. Kurisu flings off her lab coat and hurries out the door. She was serious about the report? Makaseshi's lab coat. I wonder if it smells like... As Daru reaches for the lab coat to smell Kurisu's lingering fragrance, I grab him by the neck and pull down hard. Cut that out. If you have time to be perverted, and you have time to think about... then go think about how to change. I'll start over. Cut that out. If you have time to be perverted, then go think about how to change the past for tomorrow's experiment. Aha, aha, aha. There wasn't anything to do after Kurisu left. I tried operating the phone wave, name subject to change, a couple more times before I went to sleep, but the discharge phenomenon simply would not occur. Now it's the next morning, and I'm sitting on the bench in front of the Braun Tube workshop. It's still early, but it's already blazing hot. It's as if I'm baking in the sun. Sweat is dripping off my chin. We're supposed to be experimenting today, but not a single lab mem has arrived yet. After waiting impatiently for a while, the first person I see is... Okabe, don't you have anything better to do? Good morning, Mr. Rakarin. The Tennoji pair comes riding in on a moped. How many times do I have to tell you? Call me Kiyoma. What should I do, Daddy? What nonsense are you trying to feed my daughter? Have you not properly educated her, Mr. Braun? This child of yours refuses to call me by my true name. Please do something about it. Who cares? Don't be so picky. Nay, you don't have to listen to what this guy says, okay? Okay. The manager parks his moped and quickly enters the store. Sister Braun's about to follow him when... She turns her attention towards the end of the street and instantly brightens up. I follow her gaze and see Mayuri walking this way. Good morning, Okarin! Mayuri! Nay runs up to Mayuri with a happy smile. And without breaking stride, she jumps into Mayuri's chest. Good morning, Nai-chan! Good morning! They get along so well that you'd think they were sisters. Mayuri has the ability to get along with anyone, so it's no surprise. Nei avoids me and Daru, but she adores Mayuri, and always goes for a flying hug whenever she gets a chance. Daru sometimes complains about that. What a lucky girl. I wish I could jump into Mayuri's chest like that. No, wait. Maybe it would be better to have Nei-chan jump into my chest. His internal debate went on for hours. This is for you, Nei-chan. Enjoy! Mayuri takes some candy out of her convenience store bag and gives it to Nei. Thank you! I have some for Okarin too. She offers me some, which I silently accept. Why are you sitting out here? I'm waiting for all lab mums to assemble. Are you slacking off? Why, you chipmunk, do you have to be so blunt? One of these days, I'll teach you to respect me. Nei-chan, I'm sure Okarin's thinking about important stuff. Oh, wow. Good job, Mayuri. Okarin, it's too early to make Phone Wave-chan sparkle, right? Can I go nuke some yakisoba bread? We removed the door. You can't eat food in it anymore. Oh, right. That makes me sad. By the way, have you had breakfast? Yeah. Nope. Then let's eat together. We can eat the yakisoba bread cold, and then heat up some canned ramen in hot water. Wanna join us, Nei-chan? I'm okay. I ate. Okay. Nei waves, then heads back inside the Brontu workshop. Lured by the prospect of canned ramen, I go inside the lab with Mayuri. The stagnant air makes the room hotter than outside. It doesn't improve much after opening of the window and turning on the fan. Taru-kun and Chris-chan are kinda late, huh? Indeed, their lack of dedication is appalling. And just then, the sound of a braking bicycle comes from downstairs. When I look out the window, I see part-time warrior arriving. She immediately notices me, looks up, and waves. Sup? Totoro, Suzu-san. If it isn't Shina Mayuri. Totoro. They seem to hit it off. Like I said, Mayuri gets along with everyone. Okabe Rintaro, did you talk to Taiter? Maybe. I thought I dodged the question, but part-time warrior is persistent. Come on, you emailed him, didn't you? Yes, but I'm starting to doubt whether he can be trusted. What? Why? What went wrong? Why is she so flustered? Oh, so you're a Taiter otaku? I guess there's an otaku for everything. Look, it's Chris-chan. Mayuri leans out the window to wave her hand. Kurisu is walking towards the lab. That reminds me, doesn't part-time warrior have something against Kurisu? I look at Suzuha. Her expression has changed dramatically. She's now staring at Kurisu in complete silence. She doesn't move a muscle. It's like she's trying to start a fight with her glare. Kurisu's pretty stubborn too, so she meets Suzuha's glare for a glare. The two of them exchange a word or two in front of the building. For a second, I'm worried that they might start throwing punches, but that doesn't happen. Chris-chan. Good morning. Good morning. What did you say to the part-timer downstairs? Chris shrugs her shoulders. Nothing much. I told her if she wanted to say something, she should just say it. I don't think that's nothing. She's lucky that that didn't lead to blows. What did she say? Nothing. She just groaned. I wonder what's wrong with her. She's jealous of Makiseshi's popularity. Duh. Daru bursts into the lab. She's thinking, if only I joined the lab instead of her, then I would be having fun with everyone right now. I'm so jealous. Or something like that. I'm telling you, man, 3D is hell. If she wants my lab mem number, she can have it. What? The lab mem number you carry is the highest credential a scientist could hope to achieve. They sell for millions on the black market, but you would give it away? That's not exactly a counterfeit passport, so shut up. Miyushi wants everyone to get along. Well, I don't really care about their little quarrel anyway. Only one thing interests me now, the mystery of D-Mail. We begin experimenting immediately, even though it's still morning. The electrical discharge occurs on demand. Things look favorable today. That reminds me, we haven't talked to Mr. Braun yet. Maybe we should come up with an excuse first. To be honest though, I don't care what he thinks. For we are at war. War against the Organization and CERN, the dark powers that rule the world from the shadows. Anzai-sensei, I want to eat first-hand home cooking. If you give up, it's game over. Unfortunately, Daru's second D-Mail fails to change the past. I get the feeling Rhinet matches are difficult to cheat your way out of like this. Not to mention, we're limited to 36 bytes of text. Looks like we have to give up on Daru. He's gone to drown his sorrows in the internet. Alright, so who do we experiment on? From the look on Kurisu's face, I don't think she's willing to change her policy. That leaves only one candidate. Mayuri. It's time for you to change the past. Eh? Me? Are you sure? But, what should I change? Mayuri looks stumped as she slurps her canned ramen. Oh, I know. I'll make Luka-kun wear one of my costumes. How? By sending Luka-kun a mail. I don't think a simple request is going to change the past. Can't you think of anything easier to change and observe? She slurps more ramen. Let's use that canned ramen. Looks like I'm the only one with ideas. You send a D-Mail to yourself 1 hour ago. Type, I want to eat canned Odin or something like that. I don't think that's enough to convince her to... Oh, that might work. Eh? When I went to the vending machine today, I spent 10 minutes wondering if I should get canned Odin or canned ramen. It was really hard. So a little push should be enough to make you choose canned Odin. Alright, let's go with that. Okay, but before we change the past, I gotta finish this ramen first. Mayuri starts shoveling the ramen into her mouth. What happens if you don't finish it? It'll go to waste. Oh, of course. Kurisu clearly doesn't know what to say. Mayuri really is a ditz. I'm used to it by now, of course. I get the phone wave, name subject to change, prepped for D-mail. The content of Mayuri's mail is simple enough. Kandoden, piping hot and delicious. I just hope it actually works. We wait for Mayuri to finish eating her canned ramen, then activate the phone wave, name subject to change. To send it 1 hour back, we input 1 ##. In other words, we set the microwave for only 1 second. I wonder if the discharge phenomenon will occur in such a short span of time. That's something else we'll learn from this experiment. Phone wave, name subject to change. Activate! I haven't sent it yet. There wasn't enough time to blink. So 1 second isn't enough for the discharge to occur. That's what I expected, but it's good to have proof. What if you try warming it up beforehand? Warming it up? 1 second isn't enough, right? So just run the microwave for about 30 seconds without sending a mail. As soon as it's done, run it again with the timer set at 1 second. That should cause the discharge, right? Any basis for that? Nope. Damn, Mayuri. Got anything yet? Well, we should change the flavor of rice ball I bought last night. Do you remember what kind of rice ball you ate last night? Smoked tuna. She remembers. Impressive. So, let's change that to, fish eggs. Maybe we should find another test subject. Maybe we should find another test subject again. Something tells me we're going to have to look outside the lab. I go for a walk to clear my head. After lunch at King Burger, I grab a coffee at the Starbucks on the first floor of Yodobashi. I left Mayuri and the others at the lab. I need some time to get my thoughts in order. I recall what happened when I sent myself the Lotto 6 numbers. The moment I sent that email, I felt a strong tremor, and then the world as I knew it changed slightly. The fact that I sent a D-mail had to be undone. I know that because it had disappeared from my sent history. However, it was in my inbox. The mail had definitely reached the past. What does this mean? The mail was received but never sent. Isn't that a time paradox? Is that the reason why everyone else lost their memories? Why did that happen? The butterfly effect? That's not an answer. Changing the past changed the world. Tider spoke of divergence. When divergence changes, are people's memories reconstructed to match the new world line? Then how come I remember the previous world line even after the past changes? My deliberations are interrupted by an incoming mail. I don't have time for this. It's a mail, so I can just reply to it later. I concentrate on my coffee. However, all these mails, no doubt about it, it's got to be Kiru Moeka, the male demon known as Shining Finger. How can she be so shy in real life and so persistent in email? There's something wrong with that woman. I sigh and open my mail reluctantly. Can I send a D-mail too, please, Moeka? Please reply. I'm a lab mem too, right? Pretty please, Moeka. What? She wants to send a D-mail? That reminds me. Yesterday I made Moeka lab mem number 005. That means she's qualified to participate in our experiments. Moeka seems serious, so she might meet my demands. Most importantly, all the other lab mems are completely useless when it comes to D-mails. I still haven't been able to verify whether or not I can keep my memories if someone else changes the past. But wait, I'm worried. Moeka works for an editorial company. In other words, she's related to the media. What if she sends a D-mail and leaks word of the time machine? We'd be flooded by press. Gone will be the days of lurking in the shadows. My location will be exposed to the organization. Of course, sooner or later we're going to have to announce our findings to the world. But in that case, I'd rather choose a national newspaper or a TV network to cover the event rather than some shady magazine. That way, it'll spread faster throughout Japan. Nay, the world. Either way, something tells me it's better not to go public through Moeka. I lab mem too, aren't I? However, Moeka is a lab mem. Yesterday, we told her everything about the phone wave name subject to change and D-mails. Moreover, we made her one of us. It was necessary to buy her silence. Realizing that I have no reason to deny Moeka her request, I put my phone to my ear. It's me. Yeah? I have some doubts. What? You can tell by my voice? Huh. You know me too well. So, about whether or not I should include Shining Finger in the phone wave name subject to change experiments. What? Nonsense. You want me to offer her as a sacrifice? True, I am prepared to make sacrifices in order to bring chaos to the world, but... No. There's no problem. I shouldn't have hesitated. Pathetic. Even I'm not cut out to be a mad scientist. Maybe. Yeah. You might say her offer was a message. No doubt, this too is the choice of Stein's Gate of Psy Kangaroo. It's decided. I type a reply to Moeka's mail. Indeed you are Lab Mem 005, Shining Finger. Report to the lab at once. After sending it off, I hurry back to the lab. When I get back to the lab, Moeka is squatting at the bottom of the staircase. Since she's not sitting on the bench, I guess that crouching while holding her knees is a particular woman's favorite position. Is this. She's staring at her phone like usual. Once she notices me approaching, she slowly stands up. But she doesn't look at me. Thank you. For what? I know it's selfish, but I really need to send that email, Moeka. I don't think you're selfish, in fact. I'm grateful for your offer. Once we enter the lab, I get all the lab mems to stop what they're doing, and then tell them about Moeka's situation. I think it's a good idea. Moeka-san is a lab mem too. Daru and Kurisu don't object either. So, what sort of mail does Kirishi plan to send? My request is that its contents be simple and easy to measure, so we can confirm whether or not the past changes. A new mail. It appears I have 0 concurrent viewers, so I expect I'll have to make this choice by myself. Let's check my phone. I'm sorry, there's one more thing. I want to keep my message secret. Why does she have to explain every little thing with a mail? No, more importantly, a secret? What do you mean? What's going on? It's private. It would be embarrassing if everyone knew. If anyone knew. Moeka. No, that's not the problem. Kiru peeks at my phone from beside me. I said Kiru, it's the wrong person. Kurisu. I see. I understand how you feel, but since this is an experiment, data collection should take priority. Oh? We agree for once, assistant. I'm not agreeing with you exactly. If we don't collect data, then we'll never figure out how the phone wave works. But girls have lots of secrets, you know? You shouldn't ask her to tell her secrets, Okurin. That's perverted. Whoa. Is that where you're going with this? Calm down, Daru. I turned to Mayuri and Moeka, who appeared to have formed some kind of mainstream girl alliance. We're not asking you to send something private. Kurisu nods firmly at my words. Looks like she doesn't intend to join the mainstream girl alliance. Even if you want to send something private, you shouldn't. For now, we still don't know how this thing handles paradoxes, so we need to be extremely careful. Nothing private? Nothing you want to keep secret, at least. Even if you mean well, the mail's content might have a serious effect on the timeline. You should show your mail to a third party and have them check if the content is problematic or not. Indeed, my assistant said everything I wanted to say. I will add only that the experiment must go on. I wasn't speaking for you. Don't misunderstand. Cheeky little. Experiments prioritize data over privacy in the first place. If you're going to be a test subject, you need to be prepared for that. Don't tell her that's the reason Kurisu won't sell. Don't tell me that's the reason Kurisu won't send a D-mail herself. Really? Mayushi wasn't prepared for that. I'm sorry, Chris-chan. You don't have to apologize. I'm not criticizing you. It's just how these things work. I imagine some people might take issue with that statement, but I'll refrain from saying anything. I'd rather not get my head chewed off right now. Moeka's expression doesn't change. Same as always. I don't know what she's thinking. You're a lab mem. You need to trust us. Save private information for another day. If you can't, then I'll be forced to show you what lies dormant inside the great Huin Kyoma. The terrible power of insanity. Moeka is already typing on her phone. My threat was ineffectual, it seems. I see the emails you've sent so far. I want to use them as a reference, Moeka. Well, I can show you my arrival history. And the send history? Don't have one. The send history disappears after you send the email. I confirmed that after I sent that email yesterday. Moeka is there, but she doesn't remember either. I don't need to see the history. And I'll show the message before I send it. Is that okay, Moeka? Looks like she understands. I show the mail to Kurisu too. You don't have to do it if you don't want to, Moeka-san. Is that supposed to be encouragement? Mayuri sounds concerned for some reason. So, what you gonna send? Okurin wants us to change the past in an easy-to-measure way, but that's setting the bar way too high. Nonsense. You're all just aiming too low. I have an idea. Moeka murmurs. Oh, this could be good. Give us the details. Moeka then invokes her power once more. Ultra-fast typing, the power known as Shining Finger. About 4 days ago, I bought a new phone, but now that I've tried it, I think I should have stayed with the old one. So I want to use a D-mail to tell myself not to buy a new phone. If we do that, the phone I'm holding will change, won't it? Excellent, Shining Finger! You're a model lab mem! This should make it easy to tell whether the past has changed. Looks like the 3 useless members have no objections to Moeka's superior idea. We look at Moeka's phone. It's purple and gaudy. There's no strap, and it's not like the deco phones popular among mainstream women nowadays. Oh, that's the GG01 that just came out last month. GG01. The latest model. Pretty sure the screen is detachable, so you can swap out attachments for it. It's in short supply right now, so you need to be replaced on a whitelist. Nice job getting one. Not replaced, just placed. It's the most popular model, but she wants her old one back? I guess hardcore phone users have other concerns besides fashion. So, Finger. Why do you call Moeka-san Finger? That's the name of her Esper power, Kiru Moeka. I dub the Shining Finger. Use this name with pride. Moeka shakes her head expressionlessly. What? You don't like it? But it's such a cool name. What's the problem? Moeka-san is Moeka-san. Her fingers don't shine or anything. Don't feed the trolls, Mayushi. I'm not trolling, just naming her power. Cut the chatter and get started. God damn it, you're just an assistant, don't boss us around. What if the manager says something? Don't be afraid of Mr. Braun. If he storms in yelling, I'll kick him to the curb. Seriously, Okuren, you're so cool. That's why we love you. He's just talk. I'll be the adult and ignore Kurisu's insults. Moeka has already written her 36-byte mail. When I look at Moeka to see if she's ready, she nods faintly. We set the timer to 100 seconds. The email should arrive at Moeka's phone 4 days ago, July 31st. Phone wave, name subject of a change. Activate! About 15 seconds after activation, the discharge phenomenon occurs. I glance at Moeka. She nods grimly, an unusual show of emotion. And then she presses the button. The world twists into unrecognizable shapes. The floor is shaking. Or is it me? My vision blurs and loses color. The world lurches. I struggle to keep my balance. As I brace myself against further shaking, I try to analyze what I'm experiencing. This is far more intense than what happened when we sent the D-mails yesterday. And yet, I've felt it before. I remember. This is what I felt right before the mass disappearance phenomenon. The shaking stops. I relax my body and look around. Has the past changed? Of course it has. That bizarre sensation just now was proof. I look around the room. The phone wave, name subject to change, which should have about 90 seconds left on the timer, is silent. Daru's here. Mayuri's here. Kursu's here. Where is Moeka? Where's Shining Finger? Where'd she go? Daru and Kurisu, who are discussing something in front of the X68000, look at me strangely. Ah, again. This feeling of wrongness. It's the same as yesterday. Shining what? Okuren, Japanese please. I leave the development room and check the lounge, behind the sofa, in the dressing room, the bathroom, in the shower room. I look out the window at the street below, but Moeka is nowhere to be found. She's gone. No way. This is exactly what happened on the streets of Akiba. Why did she disappear? Because I experimented on her? Where did she go? Did I erase her from history? Did I banish her into the space between dimensions? I start quivering in horror at the magnitude of my error. In a daze, I step up to Mayuri, who's eating a banana. I grab her shoulders and shake her.
桐生萌香は
Where's Kiru
今の
Moeka?
今まで
She was here just now, wasn't she? Kiru Moeka. Daru and Kurusu give me strange looks as well.
それ誰
Who's that?
聞いたことない
Never heard of her.
そんな
No way. So I did erase Moeka's existence? No, that can't be. I won't accept that I killed her.
岡部
Did it happen again, Okabe?
またってどう
What do
い
you
う意味
mean, again?
昨日も似たようなことがあった
Something like this happened
私たちの
yesterday.
記
You
憶にないこ
remembered
とを
something we
あん
didn't.
たは覚えていた
What did you call it?
そうそう
Oh, yeah.
リーディングしたいな
Reading Steiner. Yes, that's the name I gave this phenomenon, or rather my ability to perceive it. When the world line changes, everyone's memories are reconstructed to match. That's what John Titor said. But somehow, I alone retain my memories even after the past changes. I named this power Reading Steiner. Could I soon remembered? To tell the truth, I just made it up out of thin air. But now that Moeka has disappeared, I want to believe that this power is real. It's only their memories of Moeka that disappeared, not Moeka herself. I need to contact Moeka. I need to make sure I didn't erase her very existence. But I don't know her phone number. The only way to contact her is by mail. I sent her a message saying, reply the second you read this email. Now all I can do is wait for her reply. Please, reply. Are you okay? You're really pale.
うん
Yeah, I'm
大丈夫だ
fine. In fact, I'm anything but fine. I'm fighting desperately to deny the possibility that I might have erased Moeka from existence.
助手よ
Assistant, how much do you remember about the experiments we just
今
did?
実験を
I
したこ
don't
とさえ
remember
覚え
doing
てな
any
い
experiments today.
たった今
You sent a email just
あん
now,
たは
didn't you?
ああ
Yeah,
ただし
but things are different from yesterday. I didn't send the email. Kiaru Moeka did.
D メールを送ったのは
And
俺
then
では
she
なく
vanished into
桐
thin
生萌
air.
香だ
Which reminds me, when I sent the Lotto 6 mail yesterday, Daru teleported from the development room to the lounge. Moeka might not have disappeared. She probably just teleported somewhere. I hope that's it. In an attempt to calm myself down, I checked my phone's history for the mails Moeka and I exchanged. That's strange. The mails she sent me are there, up until the one I received on July 31st at 12:43. But after that, the dozens of mails I remember receiving from her are gone. The D-mail she sent to cancel the phone model exchange was set to arrive on July 31st. Did a time paradox erase Moeka from existence the instant she received the D-mail? I shiver when I realize that I can't find any problems with that hypothesis. No way. It can't be. I mean, all her D-mail said was don't change phone models. That's harmless, right? But then, what caused Moeka to disappear from this room like that? Why does it look like Moeka vanished 4 days ago?
クリスティーナ
Christina, let's say a D-mail caused a time
D メールによっ
paradox.
てタイムパラドック
What
ス
would happen?
わからない
I don't know.
タイムパラドック
No
スを
one
経
has
験した人間は
experienced a time
未だかつて
paradox
一人
after
もいないか
all.
ら
以前
But before,
世界
didn't
が
you
消え
say
るというよう
something
な
like the
言ってい
world
なか
would
った
disappear?
あくまでそういう説も
All
あ
I
るって言
said
っただ
was
け
that was one theory.
もしかしたら
Maybe
何も起
nothing
きないかも
happens.
しれないし
And like in a certain
某
movie
映画みたい
history
に
gets
パラドックス
amended
に対す
to
る
accommodate.
歴史の修正が入るかもしれないドクター・ホーキングは
According to
時間
Dr.
順序保護仮
Hawking's
説でタイム
chronology
パラドックスが起きる可
protection
能性の行為
conjecture,
は
it's
そもそも実
impossible
行
to
不
do
可能だとして
anything
いる
that
し
might cause a time paradox in the first place. So, all we have are theories. Mayushi doesn't really understand. But we're all fine now, right? I don't think that paradox thing happened. Mayushi doesn't know who Moeka-san is, but I'm sure she's okay too. That's Mayushi for you. A cute, dumb girl. Mayushi's not dumb. I'm amazed that Mayuri and Daru can have such a carefree conversation despite all that's happened. They don't realize the gravity of the situation. We might have erased someone's very existence. In fact, if Moeka really has vanished, then that means the phone wave, named subject to change, is also responsible for the mass disappearance phenomenon I witnessed in Akihabara. What if I erased all those people? I don't want to consider such a frightening possibility, so I desperately shake the thought out of my head. It's a male. Is it Moeka? And what do we think? Anyone who's here, World of Trapline, Rosie, Skudoosh, anyone? Do I check my phone or continue? I'm sure even if I press enter, he'll look at his phone, but you know. Terraria looks to... Yeah, this game of Terraria is messed up, huh? Well, let's just check the phone, just in case. It is indeed Shining Finger. What's wrong? I'm kind of busy now. Sorry, I'll email you later, Moeka. My body goes limp from relief. A reply. She sent a reply. Moeka still exists. She didn't disappear. Relief washes my fear away. My eyes fill with tears, not because I was worried for Moeka, but because I thought I might be responsible for the horror of erasing someone's existence. Explain what happened, Okabe. Urged by Chris, I explain everything that just happened. Honestly, I'm not surprised she disappeared from the lab. What do you mean? I don't know the details, but when the past changed, Kiryu-san's actions these past 4 days changed ever so slightly. As a result, the timeline was reconfigured so that Moeka-san didn't come to the lab today. So, that's why... It looked like she teleported. I'm reminded of the teleporting Jalbana. I am having a hard time pronouncing Jalbana. This is the first time I feel like I've actually acknowledged its spelling. Jalbana. But I guess it's not the same thing. Moeka didn't become a jellyman, after all. Is that even possible? I don't know. If the fact that the D-mail was sent is undone, then it becomes a paradox of who sent that D-mail. And there's one other thing that I don't understand. What? What you call reading Steiner. By the way, you should quit it with that name. It's stupid. I didn't ask you for your opinion. I've been finally able to joke with Kurisu again. Well, maybe she wasn't joking, but that's none of her business. By your explanation, you neither sent nor received the D-mail, yet how come you're the only one who remembers what happened before the world line changed? What if it's all in your head? Like an imaginary girlfriend. I get it. No, you don't. I am not a gentleman perv like you, creating imaginary relationships. Maybe this Kiryu-san never existed, or maybe Kiryu-san does exist, but the fact that she sent a D-mail was something you made. I fall to my knees and press my hand against my left eye. Gah! My left eye. Reading Steiner. It aches. Okuren, are you okay? Mayuri peeks anxiously at my face, but I lightly push her aside. No, Mayuri, stay away. I don't want to hurt you. But Okuren, you look like you're in pain. He's messing with us, right? Yeah. I'm okay. This aching is normal. It'll end soon. As long as I have this magic eye, the organization will keep coming after me. It's the power to see across time and space, but at the same time, it's a double-edged sword. Because of this all-seeing eye, I've lost my connection to causality. I drift alone in the space between worlds. But even so, I swore to protect this lab. So quiet thy fury, reading Steiner. Your time will come, but not yet. I kneel and press my head against the floor, and then I take a deep breath and gradually remove my hand from my left eye. Mayuri rubs my back. Okarin, does it hurt? No, I am okay now. I stand up. Then I shoot Chris a sharp glare. What? That was just an act, right? You are wrong, Christina. Our experiments have already proven that my reading Stein is genuine. Fine, I get it. You're a Chinibio patient. Eh? What? Why are you all staring at me? Don't look at me. In any case, I have successfully deflected Kurisu's questions about reading Steiner. I don't feel able to answer right now. My emotions are a jumble, just as they were after Titor called me the Messiah. Is this power real? If it is, then what does that make me? An unknown power sleeps within me. The thought sends a chill down my spine. I sit on the bench in front of the Braun Tube workshop, staring into the night sky. I try sorting out what happened this afternoon, but it's impossible. The more I think about it, the more confused I get. And then I hear footsteps coming down from the second floor. Soon, Mayuri and Kurisu emerge. Going home? Yep. Do you always stay the night here? Pretty much. I wouldn't be a true mad scientist if I didn't stay overnight at my lab, immersed in research. I think you're putting too much emphasis on appearances. But you know, this place is really convenient. Mayushi would stay over if Mom and Dad let me. Yeah, you would? And it's so close to work, too. Hey, Christian, why don't we all stay over sometime? Sure, if the guys aren't around. That won't happen. Then, why don't you come to my hotel, Mayuri-san? Oh, yeah. We did make that promise, eh? Then, let's do that next time. You can come whenever you like. See you tomorrow. Kurisu waves goodbye and starts walking in the opposite direction from Akihabara Station. Mayuri doesn't move from that spot. Instead, she starts doing her usual thing, Stardust handshake. She looks up to the night sky, raising her hand as if to grasp the stars. And with perfect timing, a shooting star crosses the sky. Hey, Okarin?
Oh.
Yeah. A shooting star. Did you make a wish? Mayuri doesn't answer. She keeps gazing at the sky. Remember how back in elementary school, you got a terrible fever and stayed in bed for a month? Why are you bringing this up? It was about 10 years ago, at the turn of the century, when the world was in an uproar over Y2K. Near the end of 1999, I had a fever of nearly 40 degrees Celsius that lasted about a month. I didn't recover until the new year. At least, that's what I've been told. I don't remember it myself. According to my parents, I was unconscious the whole time, tossing and turning. The doctors said it was a miracle I didn't die. Because of that fever, I didn't get to experience the Millennium Countdown event. They never figured out what caused it either. I was so afraid that Okurin might die. So Granny and I prayed to the sky together. Don't die, Okurin. Something like that could never kill me. 10 years ago, I was already a mad scientist with an IQ of 170, equaling that of Thomas Edison. Actually, I'm not sure what Edison's was. Really? That's amazing. But Mayushi was still really small and didn't know that, so I prayed to the sky. And then, on New Year's Eve, right before midnight, a shooting star went pew across the sky. Just like now. If you repeat your wish 3 times before a shooting star disappears, your wish will come true. Did you know that? Of course. That's the most common of common knowledge. It was hard, but Mayushi repeated her wish 3 times. Then Mayuri finally lowers her head and turns to me. On her face is a soft smile. The next day, on New Year's, your fever went down and you woke up. So basically, Mayushi saved your life. No, it was simply the choice of Stein's Gate. Really? Really? Oh. Mayuri looks a little disappointed. Hey, remember what you said when your fever went down? You said everything went blurry and twisty, and the ground shook so badly you couldn't stand, remember? Oh. You were acting kind of like that just now. Are you okay? You're not coming down with a fever, are you? The concern on her face is so sincere. Looks like she's worried about my reaction to Moeka's disappearance. Jeez, my hostage is worrying about me. I find myself giving her a wry smile. I'm fine. Don't worry about a thing. As I brush her worry off with a shrug, I think back to what happened 10 years ago. When I woke up from that fever, the first thing I saw was Mayuri's crying face. She's right. I vaguely remember describing my collapse that way. And come to think of it, it does seem to match with the sensation I felt a few hours ago when reading Steiner activated. I see. So this power was already mine back then. So that's the choice of Stein's Gate. I really was born with this power. No wonder John Titor thinks I am the Messiah. My maniacal laughter echoes into the night. The next day, the lab gets an unusual guest. Pardon the intrusion. Oh, if it isn't Lukashi. Hello, Hashida-san, Okabe-san. Lukako, you don't have Demon Sword Samidare with you. What is the meaning of this? I even unsealed the treasured heirloom sword, Mistiltien. When I heard you were coming today, I'm disappointed in you. Actually, I didn't know he was coming. I'm sorry. I'll go back and get it. No, that's okay. It was not Mistiltien's fate to encounter Samidara today. I look out the window with an expression of melancholy. But a Japanese sword and a cursed sword from Norse mythology are so mismatched it's not even funny. Do we even have a sword here? What should I... Lukako, though you are my disciple, you still lack dedication. I'm sorry. At this rate, it will take some time before you can be useful. By the way, why not join our lab? Huh? Me? Lukako looks at me blankly. But I'm clumsy, and I'm not good at science or engineering. I'll probably just get in your way.
それでも
Do you really want me?
なんだ
Don't sweat it.
変わらないだろ
Mayori's the same.
ルカ君なら
We'd love to have you, Luka-kun.
だよでもね
But you know, if Luka-kun's gonna be a lab mem, then Mayushi has one condition for Okurin. Don't tease Luka-kun. Mayuri forces her way between us as if to protect Lukaku. She's the one who called Lukaku here. They are classmates.
それと
And today, Luka-kun is Mayushi's guest. He came for a fitting session, so don't get in our way.
まゆりちゃん
But Mayuri-chan,
でも僕
I don't really want to cosplay.
するつ
Can
も
it
りはな
really
かった
just be a fitting session?
本当に
Yep. We're just making sure the size matches.
だよ
Looks like Mayuri forced him to come. As far as she's concerned, pretty boys exist only to make her cosplay fantasies come true. Ta-da! Mayuri shows off the costume she made. This is a costume of Kirari-chan from Rainet. Is it just my imagination, or is that outfit pretty skimpy? I don't know if it's his first time seeing it, but Lukaku just stares at the costume dumbfounded.
とりあえず完成
Anyway, I'd say it's about 70% complete, but I want Lukaku to try it on now.
ルカ君にここで
Try it on.
着るの
Here? Lukaku glances at me and Daru, then down to hide a blush.
無理だよ
I can't.
お願い
Please? Here's where I, as Lukaku's master, ought to help out.
我が弟子
Listen, my pupil. To change your clothes is to change your very being. This costume might help you grow
重要
stronger.
な要素の
Put it on at once.
岡部さんまで
You're
そ
on
んなこ
her
と
side? I just
僕
can't wear something so embarrassing.
そこで恥ずかしがる
It's
から
only
ダメだと
embarrassing
言うの
because you think it is.
そうだよ
That's right. I'm sure you'll be really cute.
それにマユリは
Besides, Mayuri worked very hard to make this costume so you could wear it.
眠る時間も
She sacrificed her sleeping time, her favorite banana nourishment time, and her juicy chicken #1 time, just so she could sew and sew and sew.
その努力には報い
You
るべき
can't
だ
let effort like that go to waste.
そうですけど
That's true, but the good-natured Lukaku is already bending to the power of my words. Come on, Lukaku, transform. Transform. Wait a sec. What? Mayuri grabs Lukaku's arm and drags him to the changing room. Okay, don't be shy. Now take off your clothes. Wow, Mayuri-chan, please don't touch me there. I'll change by myself. Please wait outside. But it's a little tricky putting this on. Mayushi will teach you all the steps. Please don't undress me. It's so Yuri.
違うな
That's not Yuri. Lukaku's a guy.
ということは
Then it's reverse rape? Whoa, that's downright criminal. His imagination knows no bounds. A few minutes pass, and out comes Mayuri first. She looks satisfied.
ルカ君
Come on, Lukaku.
ほら
Don't be shy.
がらずに
Lukaku doesn't make an appearance even when Mayuri calls him.
ルカ君
Lukaku. Finally, a nervous Lukaku comes out of the dressing room. And Lukaku looks like he's about to cry. I can already see the tears forming. Isn't that skirt a little too short? Those bare legs are truly captive. Wait, oh god, oh god. I'm looking at the guy's legs. What the hell am I saying? Why are his legs shaved? What's going on here, Lukaku? Wow, Lukaku finally wore one of my outfits. It's so embarrassing. I'm a guy. I shouldn't be dressing like this. You know what they say. Cuteness is justice. I don't know what you mean.
さすがはマユリ
Excellent work as usual. The clothes and the motto bring out the best in each other. As far as 3D goes, Ferris Town is supreme, but look at she almost makes me want to become a low angler. What about you, Okurin? Yeah, well, when urged to talk, I nod vaguely. I'm fascinated, but it's mortifying to admit that. Lukako is Lukako, yet Lukako is a man. Male. A man just shouldn't be fascinated by another man. I whip out my... Pause. Moment of silence for Okurin. Okay, thank you. I whip out my phone and put it to my ear. It's me! My sanity is under attack. No, it's not the organization. It's descendant of one of my towns. Guardian Miko. It's infecting my soul. To think, Akiba had such a powerful guardian. If we can harness this power, we can counteract the organization's corrupting influence. I know. We can't hand the town over to those bastards just yet. This too is the choice of Stein's Gate. El Sanka Guru. I catch my breath, put away my phone, and turn back and smile at Lukako and the others who are staring blankly at me. Lukako, foolish disciple of mine, from now on you shall go into battle equipped with that costume and Samidara. Eh? Eh? Kirari-chan doesn't have a sword. He should carry an upa instead. Mayuri, in high spirits, makes Luka hold the upa cushion. His lips tremble as he reluctantly accepts the cushion. He clearly doesn't know what to do with it. The organization is making a move on Akiba. I pretend not to notice Lukako's distress. You are the guardian who protects this chaotic metropolis. Miko of Yanibayashi Shrine, now is the time for you to fulfill that duty. Understand, Lukako? This is the reason I'm so hard on you. You have a duty to protect this town. Do I... really? You certainly do. Can you stop that vulgar laughter? I can hear you from outside. It's embarrassing. Kurisu enters the lab with those remarks. She's coming in late, like she's a company executive or something. Christian! Tuturu! You come here with this late and dare insult me, and you call yourself my assistant. I'm not your assistant. Don't make me repeat myself. Anyway, you're the worst, toying with such a weak and innocent girl. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Toying with a weak and innocent girl, you say? Don't react to every little thing, you perv. That's right, Christina doesn't know Lukako's a guy. Correcting it is a pain, so I don't say anything. At any rate, Christina, stop eyeing Lukako's entire body from top to bottom like that. I wasn't doing that. Do you like the costume, Christian? It really suits Luka-kun, don't you think? Is this that cosplay thing I've heard about? It's part of Japan animation culture, right? You're very cute. Cute? No way. Lukako's eyes get wetter and wetter. Why are you crying? You look perfect, so you should be more confident. Kurisu doesn't know, so she's not doing it intentionally, but I guess that makes things complicated for Lukako. I should change the topic for Lukako's sake. While I am a mad scientist, I also happen to be a perfect gentleman. I comb back my hair with my fingers. Lukako, tell us your wish. Eh? That's one hell of an acrobatic topic change. Listen, Lukako, your desires can become reality. Japan is a land of great spiritual power. It resides in every word that slips from your tongue. Now that you too have joined the otaku world, you need conceal your deepest desires no longer. Speak your wish with a true heart, and by the chaos that rules Akihabara, Stein's gate shall grant it. My wish? Lukako puts his hands together in front of his waist and bends his head slightly to the side. His cheeks turn light pink. His bashful, squirming appearance with wet, upturned eyes would make anyone who saw him either want to hug him real tight or smack him upside the head. It's that damn powerful. Well, if I tell you, promise not to laugh. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Just proclaim it to the world. Well, yeah, no wish is embarrassing compared to the idiotic wish for chaos to envelop the world or whatever. You, assistant, what kind of person laughs at people's wishes? Mayushi's wish is to eat a ton of yummy food and to cover the lab with Upa goods and to get Luka-kun to wear my costumes? I am not asking you. But Mayushi wants Shota in the gate to grant her wish too. Shota in the gate? That mistake is god tier. Probably because it's so naughty. We all ignore Daru. Luka-kun puts his hands to his mouth and casts his eyes down. The same gesture as a female junior confessing her love to a male senior underneath a cherry tree. Cuteness overload must resist. I want to be a girl. What? Karisu is the first to react. Her expression is one of utter confusion. Well, that's only natural. Not even I expected that. So I accidentally swallowed my mwahaha. I don't really like how I look. I always thought that if I were a girl, I could be a little more confident. So he has no confidence in himself. He's prettier than any girl here, and yet he has no confidence. I'm well aware of the reason for this. It's because he is a guy. Wait a second. Karisu starts rubbing her temples. What did she say? Assistant mine. No, Christina. I'm not your assistant, and I'm not Christina. You've made a grave error. I have? Don't you understand? No, of course you don't. How could you with impure thoughts clouding your eyes? What do you mean? Allow me to explain. You called Lukako here a weak and innocent girl. But he is not a girl at all. He is a guy. Is that some kind of joke? It's not a joke, but the naked truth as described in the Akishic records. Karisu looks at Daru and Mayuri as if seeking help, but they nod with a knowing look in their eyes. As for Lukako himself, he's just hanging his head in shame. Are you guys trolling me? Karisu suddenly turns away as if to avoid my gaze. Then she walks up to Lukako. Is what Okabe says true? Yes. I'm a guy. No way. Someone this cute can't be a boy. You got it backwards. You're supposed to say someone this cute can't be a girl. That's not what I meant. Does that mean Karisu knows the meaning of the phrase someone this cute can't be a girl? So she is an at channeler. Lukako, you're fine just the way you are. I will not reject you. Be you man or be you woman, nor will anyone else here. And I will not deny your wish, nor will anyone else here. Why do you keep repeating that last part? Karisu, unable to calm down after learning the truth, starts touching her own face and checking her hair in her pocket mirror. Why, Christina? Is it such a shock to meet a man far more feminine than you? I admit it. Compared to her, I mean to him, I'm not as cute. I talk more rudely, and my attitude is worse. This is a 3-day coma level of shock. Looks like she's seriously depressed. Chris-chan's cute too. Don't try to comfort me. It just makes me feel worse. Admitting your fault is the first step towards becoming stronger. You may one day become a splendid woman, Christina. You're still young. Who the hell asked you? I take it back. You're a stubborn fool who refuses to face the truth. Shut up. I don't want to hear that from you. Sorry. I shouldn't have said anything. Lukako bows his head for some reason. His eyes are red and puffy. With such a cute girl or boy on the verge of tears, Karisu and I have no choice but to stop arguing. Well, better get my trusty digicam. Don't try to sneak a photo session, you perv. And Zai-sensei, I want to be a low angler. But still, it was just a whim to ask for Lukako's wish. I hardly expected this to happen. So that's how Lukako thinks of himself. Lukako, how serious are you about that wish of yours? If he's truly desperate, then having a sex change operation is probably the best way to go. Judging by his current looks, Lukako could become the star of Tokyo's LGBT community. No, screw that. He could even become a TV personality. You know those stories where a guy magically turns into a girl overnight? Sometimes I wish that would happen to me. That's stupid, isn't it? Stop it with those puppy dog eyes. Are you that chihuahua from a certain popular commercial? Luka-kun, you are so cute. So cute. Looks like Kirsty's been struck by Lukako's cuteness too. The skimpy costume he's wearing isn't helping. It's like dunking your brain in a vat of pure moi. Then you die. The scary part is that afterwards you feel an irresistible urge to grant Lukako's every wish. But as Lukako said, it's probably going to be hard to find a nice, clean solution to his problem. And then Kurisu clears her throat. This reminds me of something I heard once. Exposition scene, go! There's a saying that if you eat a lot of meat when you're pregnant, you'll have a boy. And if you eat a lot of vegetables, you'll have a girl. Source? Minme Shobo? I saw it on the internet. So that's how you reply. Well played. What are you talking about? Anyway, it sounds like an old wives' tale. Really? I didn't know that. Sumiyoshi and Christian's moms ate a lot of vegetables? Only Mayuri is impressed. Mayushi only eats juicy chicken #1, so will her future child be a boy? Hey, do you think bananas count as vegetables? Mayuri is full of questions, so I'll leave her to them. But what about primitive people who lived on hunting? If that theory is true, then they would have had too many boys and not enough girls. Humanity would never have made it this far. I never said it was true. I just remembered hearing it somewhere. Don't snap at every little thing. I didn't snap. Christina? Feel like verifying that theory? What are you implying? Have you forgotten? We have the phone wave, name subject to change. Phone wave, Chan. It can tell if you're a boy or a girl? No way in hell. Wait. Of course. Looks like Karisu's got it. They don't call her a genius for nothing. We can send a D-mail to Orishibara-san's mother when she was pregnant. Indeed. Something like, eat more vegetables. Lukako, who doesn't know what D-mails are, and Mayuri, who's just a little dumb, tilt their heads in confusion at the same time. You think it's worth a shot? Huh? It's too late to hide behind your goody two-shoes mask, Christina. Your fate is to become a mad scientist, for you are an experiment-loving girl. Who are you calling an experiment-loving girl? Am I wrong? No, but that settles it. Hold on, man. What are you going to do if the experiment works? What do you mean? I mean, if Lukashi's sex seriously changes, that's what you want, isn't it? Well, yeah, but if his sex does change, won't the 16 years of his life change too? That's what I mean. Who's gonna take responsibility for that? That's... I'll take responsibility. Lukako raises his hand timidly. Seriously? Well, I don't really understand, but if we use this method, I might become a girl, right? Then I want to try. Please, Master? He bows his head to me. Mayuri? Your opinion? If Luka-kun becomes a girl, then I've gotta call her Luka-chan. Will Luka-chan wear Mayushi's costumes? Well, that's another story. At any rate, it doesn't look like Mayuri has any objections. Then that settles it. Lukako, I appoint you Lab Mem 006. Eh? Then phone wave, name subject to change, is our lab's most important secret. In order to use it, you must become a lab mem. Okay. Actually, I always wanted to be a lab mem. Really? You should have just said so. I didn't have the courage. Like I said, I don't know a thing about gadgets. You don't have to worry about those things. I mean, Mayuri doesn't get them either. That's not something to be proud of, Mayuri. So Lukako shall be a lab mem from this point forward. Any objections? Here. Karisu raises her hand. I want to give Yurishibara-san my number so I can retire. Denied. Anyone else? Mayuri and daughter ask, what happened to 005? But I ignore them. Moeka will always be 005 in my heart. No other objections emerge. All members are in favor. Very well. Lukako is officially lab mode number 06. Hence, pledge your allegiance to the lab and devote all your strength to the enrichment of our science. Yes, I will. I am so happy. Now then, let's begin the experiment. Immediate. Wait, I suddenly realized something that makes me smack my forehead in dismay. Presumably. Damn, Lukako, you're 16, right? Right. So you were born in 1993. Yep, the same year as Mayushi. What about it? In order to tell Lukako's mother to eat lots of vegetables, we need to send an email to 10 months before Lukako was born. Meaning we have to send it in 1992. When did cell phones become widespread in Japan? Looks like Karisu and Daru figured it out. Daru goes to Google it. Around 1996. There wasn't mail until later, though.
さらに遅いかも。
つまりルカ子の
So, the year Lukako was born, most people still didn't have cell phones.
ルカ子の母親も
Lukako's
持っていない
mother
可
may
能
not
性がある
have had one. In that case, she might not be able to receive the D-mail. Oh, I get it. We can't do it? Lukako's face darkens. I fold my arms in thought. Some way to receive the email. In an era where cell phones weren't widespread
こうなっ
yet.
たら毒電波
What
を
about
稼ぐ
modifying
よう
it?
にするとか。
To send crazy waves or something.
何よ
What the hell are crazy waves?
ちょっとやばい人たち
Waves
だ
that
けが
only crazy girls can pick up. You know, girls who always talk about stuff no one understands. It's
特に
pretty, Moy.
毒されてるのは
I'll microwave your brain if you don't shut up.
いいよ。
Yes, abuse me
もっと罵
more,
ってくれて。
please. Couldn't you put a letter in a time capsule and bury it?
それじゃあ
That
過去
would
じゃ
go
なく
to the
て
future, not
未来
the
になっちゃう
past. Oh,
こうなったらあれだ。
I know. How about that thing where you get struck by lightning and that turns you into a girl, like old comics and anime?
D メールを使わなきゃ
There's no
実
point
験の意味な
to
い
the
でしょ
experiment if we don't use email. Don't lose sight of the objective. We're counting on you for a nice idea, Christian. Me?
私もそうね
We could build a rocket which exceeds the speed of light squared, and that immense speed would reverse the flow of time or
自
something.
分だって電話
You're forgetting about the phone wave too.
しかもこの天才
Furthermore, genius girl, you just contradicted
冗談でしょ
relativity.
本気にしないで
It was a joke. Don't take it seriously.
まったく
Useless. All of you. This lab is a disgrace.
だったら
Fine then.
自称
Let's hear from
IQ
Huin Kyoma,
170
the insane mad scientist with an IQ over 170 whose brain cells are coveted the world over. What's your genius plan? Inspiration flashes in the corners of my brain.
ひらめ
ひらめけ
That
の精神
Edison
だな。
thing again. This sensation, yes. My natural mad scientist inspiration is about to explode.
思いつい
I
た
have it. All eyes focus on me. With a broad grin, I proclaim,
携帯がなければ
if we can't send it to a cell phone, then we'll send it to a pager. About 22 hours have passed since I made my mind-blowing, awesome proclamation. Hello? Luca enters the lab shyly, just as he did yesterday. He gives me a bashful smile when our eyes meet.
お母さん
Mama had a
ポケ
pager.
ベルを持ってました
Yay! That's great,
これで前
Luca-kun.
に進めるわね
Now we can proceed with the experiment.
ルカシ女の子バージ
Lukashi's
ョンか。
girl version will definitely be Mo. Mayuri, Grishu, and Daru are already on standby. Sending a D-mail to a pager. Yesterday, we argued about whether it's even possible. Eventually, we settled on probably. Data is data, after all. The rest depends on the pager radio wave stations 8 years ago. But it should be fine as long as our date goes through safely. We already Googled how to send data to a pager. For the pagers back then, you would first enter the other person's pager number, then, if in the Kanto region, enter *2*2. After that, you would enter the numbers to send. That's how it worked, apparently. Pagers in 1992 could still only send numbers. Phone number display functions were also yet to be implemented, so your number was hidden from the other person by default. A few years after that, pagers started to implement Japanese character displays, enabling functionality similar to that of email. Therefore, the D-mail Lukako's about to send, it's technically not a mail though, has to be sent in numerical form. Naturally, I have a conversion table for that on hand. You can find information even from 18 years ago if you just Google it. I was pretty worried by the lack of information on pagers at first, but that's my little secret.
漆原さん、
Urishibaraba, blah, 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 blah.
あなた自身で考えて
Urishibara-san. I'll figure it out eventually. Ushishibara-san. I have to get the cadence right. Urishibara-san. Urishibara-san. Ah, yes. I don't know if I'll remember it next time. Urishibara-san. You need to think about what to send your mother in the past.
僕がですか？
自分の夢を叶えたいなら
If you want to grant your wish, then you must open the door with your own hands. We can only show you the way.
わかりました。
I understand. We explained to Lukuko the function of the phone wave name subject to change. The numbers we are sending by are 1-byte characters, so we can send 36 of them. The page's number-to-letter conversion system uses 2 numbers to correspond to 1 Japanese character. Furthermore, since you first need to input asterisk to asterisk 2, that means you can only send 16 hiragana characters. Lukuko, understanding everything, takes out a notebook to begin writing drafts for the pager message. I show Lukuko the site I found. It reads, pager number and letter conversion. Pager typing is commonly known as two-touch typing or pager input. It's somewhat different from cell phone input. You choose the constant and then input the vowel. The consonant, excuse me, not constant, consonant. The consonants are A, K, S, T, N, H, M, Y, R, W. The vowels are A, I, U, E, O. Basically, to input K, you input 2 to input the consonant K. Then you press 4 for the vowel E.
結構めんどいな。
This is a pain. Let's just send 831, 831, 831. That should do it.
どうして831なの？
Why 831?
831で野菜ジャン
8,
情報
yeah. 3,
野
sa.
菜野菜
1,
野
I,
菜
4
昔のお
veggies.
母様の頭にすり込めばいい
Yasai.
のかと。
Duh. Veggies. Veggies, veggies. We just have to drill it into Luka's mother's brain.
そんなメッセージでは
She'll just pass that message off as a prank.
だったら
Then how about 29292929?
一応聞いて
I'm going to regret asking it, but what does that mean?
肉肉肉肉
Nika, nika, nika. For meat. Meat, 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 meat.
肉好きにさせて
Why do you
どう
want
する
her to like meat?
違うよ。
That's not it. If you keep repeating meat, then she'll actually start to hate meat and want to eat vegetables instead, don't you think?
あるわね。
Yeah, no. Message from Ferris. Oh no, he escaped. Nya. If we don't find him and kill him, misfortune will fall upon Akiba. Nya. His time is his name. The end of tutorial. He's small and nimble, and he cries choo-choo. Nya. Come here quick. Ferris needs your help. Nya. There's no way that's spam. Hey rats, what kind of cat girl's afraid of rats? You disappointed me, Ferris. Nya nya. Sure, whatever. Lukaku completes his composition while we speak our nonsense.
こういう内容
How about something like this?
母さん野菜
Mom,
たくさん
eat veggies, okay?
そのまますぎじゃね
Isn't。that a little too vague?
冒頭の母さんは
And
不要
first, mom should go.
Okay,
That'll
okay,
make
we
it
got to-
harder to believe.
じゃ
Then, eat lots of veggies to give birth to a girl.
あひねりすぎるのも
That's a little too direct. And it's over the character limit.
野菜食べ
Eat veggies for a healthy kid.
ちょい待ち。
Wait a sec. According to this conversion chart, it looks like you've got to use 2 more numbers for voiced consonants.
そ
So that sentence is 4 bytes over.
ならば少し食い
Then a little modification. How about
野
eat
菜
veg
食うと元気
for
な
a
子を
healthy
産める
kid?
でどうだ
言い方が下品じゃない？
Isn't a little...
相手は
Isn't that a
吉
little
原さん
too
のお母
informal?
さんでしょ？
You're talking to Orishiba's son's mother, you know. Would she understand the veg for part?
ならば代案を
You
出
have
して
any bright ideas? Kurisu shrugs her shoulders and says no more. Then it's settled.
じゃあ
Come on,
早速
let's type it out. When sending to a pager, the number encoded message is handled like a telephone number, so we enter the input into the X68000. Asterisk 2 asterisk 2 8 1 3 1 1 2 2 3 1 3 4 5 2 4 0 4 0 3 2 2 5 1 2 5 0 2 1 3 7 4 9 3. The long, random-looking string of numbers is complete.
よし準備万
Alright.
端 OK だ
We are good to go. Now we just have to activate the phone wave named subject to change and have Lukako call. The phone wave, the microwave timer is set to 154152 seconds. It should arrive on January 1st, 1993. The margin of error is around 1 to 3 days, I guess. Leap year calculation's a pain, so I ignore it. Lukako's slender finger starts to tremble on top of the enter button.
いいか
Ready?
起動
I'm
せた
starting it up. Lukako looks at me with tears in his eyes, then nods faintly. The discharge phenomenon soon occurs. Lukako flinches and takes a step back, but then I see determination flare in his eyes. He sets his jaw and pushes the enter button. A wave of dizziness hits me again. I place a hand on the table to support myself. The dizziness slowly fades. Little by little, color returns to the world. Reading Steiner activated again. Did the world line change? I look around the room. Unlike what happened with Moeka, Lukako's still here. He blushes when he notices my stare. Okabe-san, could you please not look at me like that? I fold my arms and tilt my head. Lukako's appearance hasn't changed a bit. I'm paying particular attention to his chest and his chest. And his chest. As a guy, it's natural for him to have no breasts. But if he's a girl now, then that's a different story. That washboard isn't tiny breast level, it's no breast level.
これは
It's
失敗か
didn't work. So the eat lots of vegetables to give birth to a girl thing Carissa talked about was nothing but fringe science. What kind of scientist believes such a flimsy theory anyway?
失敗って
What didn't work? Everyone, including Lukako, looks at me in confusion.
何言って
Don't you remember?
お前たち
Just now,
揃いも
we used the
揃って
phone
ボケて
wave
るの
named
か
subject to change to...
たった今この電話レンジカッコ借
I
りで
slap a hand over my mouth as soon as I start talking. That was careless of me. Our previous experiments proved the activation of reading Steiner means the world line has changed, and I'm the only one who carries his memories through the change. Nobody else here knows what I did, what we did. Sorry,
いや
it's nothing.
なんでもない
Afterwards, Mayuri and Lukako happily go out shopping for lunch at a neighborhood convenience store.
クリスティーナよ
Christina,
一つ
I want
聞き
to
たい
ask
の
you
だが
something.
ルカ子は
Is Lukako...
今度はどんな
What
変態
pervy
的行
act
為
are
を
you
考えてるんだ
thinking about this
あ
time?
んたたち
Can't
変
be
態
too
コンビの
careful
油断
around
も
the
隙もな
perv
いの
duo.
変態コンビじゃ
Well,
ね
we're not the
え
perv
僕た
duo.
ちは
We are a pervy gentleman duo.
どうでもいい
Whatever.
ほんと
Seriously.
どうで
Whatever.
もいい
Damn. I can't ask now. It's really annoying that no one remembers. I don't want to think about how Kurisu might react if I suddenly ask, is Lukako a girl? I should wait until I get Lukako alone and check then. But considering how his appearance hasn't changed at all, it's very likely that the sex change failed. In that case, what did Lukako's D-mail change? It's just like the Moeka experiment. The result is different from what we expected. The real problem is that we have no control. After I leave the lab, I head to make Queen Nyanya to think. Daru sits in front of me, waiting impatiently for Ferris to bring our order. Daru, what do you think about D-mail? It's cool, but it's kind of lame at the same time. What's lame about it? I couldn't use it to win my Rainet match against Ferristan. Now that's a selfish reason. As our experiments have shown, D-mail still hasn't reached a reliable level of precision. A third time machine must remove luck from the equation. The phone wave named subject to change is useless unless we can somehow give the sender more control. For starters, there's the problem of how I'm the only one who can recognize the changes. Without my special power, we wouldn't even be able to check the results of the experiment. Ridiculous. Yeah, we aren't getting results. What about the Lotto 6? Pending. Although it was Lukako's mistake that cost us the prize, he wouldn't have been in a position to make that mistake if I hadn't asked him to buy the ticket in my stead. Why did I do that? It's as if reading Stein, rather that is to say Stein's Gate, guided the money away from my grasp. No, I need to think positive. Huin Kyomo will not let this keep him down. I won't give up, for I am a mad scientist. Mad scientist who's checking his phone instead of talking to Daru. So you want to cosplay as a warrior from the Sengoku period. Alrighty. Mayushi will work extra hard to have something for Winter Komika. Komima. For Winter Komima. I know you'll be popular with the girls. I'm not sure how to feel about that. I just won't answer. I don't understand what you're saying, but you sure seem confident about it. Someday, we will improve the phone wave name subject to change, so that it may be used to send things not only to the past, but also to the future. We'll improve it. No, we must improve it. For that is the choice of Stein's Gate. A time machine. Ferris is standing right next to me. Where the hell did she come from? Damn you, Ferris. Eavesdropping is cowardly. What do you mean? Your voice is so loud, it echoes through the whole store, Nya. What? No. Once again, I leaked classified information concerning the future of mankind. Here's your iced coffee, and your iced tea, and cat food. Thanks for waiting, Nya. Daughter's order of cat food is one of this maid cafe's specialties. It's not the usual miso over rice, but a stylish risotto instead. It's one of Daru's favorites. It's actually pretty tasty. Ferris places the iced coffee in front of me. Do you want milk and syrup, yeah? Never. If Kiyoma's gonna act like that, I'll pour it all in, yeah. You need sugar for a healthy brain, yeah. Despite my refusal, Ferris pours all of the milk and syrup into my glass. Nyan, 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 nyan. Then, speaking some nonsense incantation, she mixes my iced coffee with the straw. And the whole time, she stares straight into my eyes. There it is! Ferristan's secret technique! Eye contact mix. Daru starts explaining in excitement. Most maids can't do it without spilling a little, yet Ferristan makes it look easy. That's why I love her. It's because of the secret technique that Ferris Tangerine Supreme has made Queen's #1 maid. The iced coffee in the glass changes from black to brown. Damn, she's dragging me into her pace again. Next, Ferris performs the same secret technique on Daru. Thank you, Ferris-tan. I'll be sure to savor it. He bows deeply. Such a polite man. I take a sip of my iced coffee. Its bitterness and sweetness flow down my throat. When I look up, I see Ferris standing next to me, her silver tray in front of her waist. Do you need something? I want to hear the rest, nya. Kyoma and Daru, nya, are having a fun little chit-chat, nya. Something about a time machine? Ferris really wants to hear, nya. She gives me a babyish look with upturned eyes, but I firmly reject her. It's top secret, not for outsiders. And whose big mouth let the whole store hear, nya? Tell Ferris, Daru-nyan. She's targeting Daru now. Don't underestimate him, Ferris Nyan-nyan. Daru is my most trustworthy right-hand man, the wizard-class super hacker. He won't be tricked into divulging classified information. We built an amazing machine that sends emails to the past. I did most of the work, of course. And he's broken. Women are scary. Is that a time machine, nya? I guess you could say that. Wow, you're awesome, nya. Your big brain makes my heart race, nyan. You mean it? No, I'm embarrassed. Dumbass. What's with that grin? Ferris dreams of going on an adventure through time, nya. I'll bring you along someday. Daru, don't make promises you can't keep. By the way, it's been bugging me. What time is... Rather, what is time? Anyway, nya. What? Time is often compared to a river, nya, flowing from past to future. But is that really how it is, nya? If time is a river, then where is the present, nya? Is it a point? Is it a line? Where does the present begin and end, nya? Now that you mention it, I only have a vague concept of time. Never gave it any serious thought. The present is a leaf floating on the river. It moves along with the flow from... So, are we riding on that leaf, nya? When you die, do you fall off, nyan? You could say that. All points upstream from the leaf are the past. Downstream, the future. Yeah. But is that leaf only the present for humans, nya? Meaning, humans make units to define and observe time, which is how we know this leaf is the present. But if every living thing in the universe went extinct, nothing would exist to observe the present, nya. In that case, where would the present go, nya? Wouldn't something like God or the will of the universe observe it? But what if God is a four-dimensional being who can freely move through time, nya? If God is the one who decides the present, then won't our present move with him, nya? Excuse me. This is hard. So, what you're saying is that the present is subjective to the observer. If we go with that assumption, then the past and the future also depend on the observer, nya. If Ferris were to use a time machine to travel back 1 week, then Kyoma and Daru-nyan's present would become Ferris's future, nya. I guess that makes sense. So, how does the leaf model reflect that difference, nya? Neither Daru nor I has an answer to that. Perhaps nobody has an answer, just like the collapse of causality thing that Kurisu mentioned. Does that mean that time machines and time travel are impossible after all? But CERN's jellified test subjects physically traveled as far back as 1921. Anyway, if everything depends on the observer, then clocks are meaningless. Nyan. Fun times fly, and hard times drag. Yeah. In other words, the flow of time changes depending on your point of view. Nyan. Speaking of which, as you grow older, it feels like time starts to flow faster, doesn't it? Janet's law. Ferris thinks about this stuff sometimes, yeah. I think time might not be something as simple as a river, yeah. Yeah. The more you think about it, the more complicated it gets. The strict definition of time, similar to the question of where is the self, is one of humanity's eternal questions. Countless renowned scholars have left this question unanswered. There's no way amateurs like us can answer it. But there's one thing I can do. Fret not. Though physics and philosophy may deny us, our machine has made time travel possible. Am I correct, Daru? Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Looks like you guys have kicked reason to the curb, Nya. But Ferris wants to use the time machine too, Nya. Can I, please? Sure. I'll let you use it as much as you want, Ferris-tan. Really, Nya? Then it's a promise, Nya. Daru, don't decide things on your own. Ferris springs up with joy and hugs Daru's rotund body. That's all it takes to make Daru look like he's died and gone to heaven. After killing some time at May Queen, I leave Daru and head back to the lab. The only person there is Mayuri. She's working on a costume. Mayuri, you're like a housewife, burning the midnight oil to bring a little more money home. Midnight oil? Are we eating? Sigh. Kids these days. Besides, Mayushi doesn't charge for her costumes. Seems like she understood the rest of what I said. It was just a joke. Anyway. Hobbies should just be hobbies, you know. It makes me happy to see someone wearing a costume I made. Do you want to become a designer? Come to think of it, Mayuri has never talked about her future. No way. It's too hard. Then, what is your dream? Mine is to destroy the system and plunge the world into chaos. Mayushi just wants to keep hanging out in the lab. What? You want to be a lab mem forever? I appreciate your enthusiasm, but this lab has no interest in profit. You'll always be hurting for food. You know, Okarin, we have 6 lab mems now. Isn't it amazing? Mayushi never expected we'd grow this big. That's a sudden change in topic. And for some reason, she's puffing her chest out in pride. It's all because Mayushi became your hostage. No, that has nothing to do with it. I tricked every last one of you into joining with my masterful manipulations. You shouldn't say things like that. And besides, you didn't trick me. That's true. You came of your own volition. She joined the lab without me ever asking. When she appeared in the doorway and offered to join, I thought she was a goddess sent from heaven. Okarin? Can Mayushi still be your hostage? Is that a joke or a serious question? I can't tell. Is that what you want? Well... Mayuri drops the hot costume in her hand, and then she smiles slyly. Shyly. Maybe it is. Such a masochist! I had no idea. Huh? But, I mean, as long as I'm your hostage, Mayushi won't be lonely, and neither will Okarin. I see. Sometimes Mayuri throws me off my game. But, if that's her reason for staying at the lab, then I'm happy. I'd better get going. Mayuri stands up and starts putting away her various sewing tools. Mayuri? Want to get something to eat on the way back? My treat. Really? You never treat me. I'm in a good mood today. Then, how about kitchen giro? Their minced cutlet is, god tier. She'll get no argument from me. Just leave it to me. Yay! I love you, Okarin. Mayushi's really happy. Well, at least she's easy to please. Mayuri and I head to Kitchen Jiro. After that, I'll see her safely to the station. I spend the next morning doing laundry at the nearby laundromat. When I return to the lab just past noon, Daru, Mayuri, and Kurisu are all assembled. Thanks for coming in on a Saturday. Your devotion to science makes me proud. Yeah, Kurisu sighs deeply. It's the middle of summer, but instead of going on vacation, I'm stuck in the sauna with a bunch of pervs. Where did I go wrong? She's really giving us a verbal beatdown. Wipe your tears, you experiment-loving girl without a single friend. I am not crying. Besides, you're the one who told us to be here. Indeed. But the one who obeyed my orders and arrived on time was you. You know, Christian's actually a very honest and hardworking girl. That's what Mayushi thinks. Mayuri smiles as she eats nuggets from McD's. That's what makes her so adorable. Eh? What? How can this girl say something like that while eating a nugget? Don't let it bother you. That's just Mayuri's nature. I've been with her for a long time, so I am used to it. A Yuri flag. I get it. Please, unget it. Here, Christian, have a nugget. Thanks. While listening to their heartwarming banter, I go to put my laundry on the table. However, don't put that there. It's filthy. I just washed them. Like I care. What kind of guy puts his underwear in a girl's face? Have some decency. If you're that interested in my underwear, then just say so. What? I'm not interested at all. Come on, guys. No more talking about underwear. Mayushi's trying to eat here, okay? How can you say that when you're still shoveling nuggets into your mouth? Don't interrupt me. I end up putting my laundry in the changing room. As I explained to Daru yesterday, I've noticed something about the results of our experiments. D-mails have too many uncertain variables. We can never be sure what will happen when we send one. It's not like we can do anything about it. After all, the result is up to whoever receives the mail. Of course, if you can analyze the recipient's psychology, then you might be able to manipulate them into doing what you want. Though that might be a bit too much for Hyoin underwear here. You just wanted to say underwear, didn't you? Underwear aside, the fact is that D-mail is still far from complete. I need a more reliable time machine before I can expose CERN and the organization and plunge the world into chaos. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why I called you here today. The purpose of today's roundtable conference is... Another roundtable? If you want a roundtable conference that much, at least go buy a roundtable. Remember what Okarin said, Christian. The roundtable is in our hearts. Mayuri-san, you're really innocent. But you shouldn't take everything Okabe says personally. Looks like Ferris is deep in her cat girl fantasy.
そうなの？
Really? The round table doesn't matter now. More importantly, the purpose of today's meeting is to explore methods of true physical time travel, not just email, with the objective of sending someone to the past, like CERN has.
バカ言わないで。
Don't be ridiculous. That was fast. And she's glaring at me even harder than she was during the whole underwear thing.
セルンがあれだけの大規模
CERN
な装
has
置
the
を
best
使って
equipment in the world,
9
and
年
even
もか
after
けてる
9
のに
years, they
ま
still
だ
haven't
せ
succeeded.
私たちにどう
We
にか
can't
できるわ
possibly
け
hope
な
to
いじゃん。
accomplish something like that.
ゲルオカリンに
You'll become a Jello Karin.
ゲロカエルン的な
Kinda sounds like Gero
てかあれ
Froggy.
なんで
Why
流
did
行ったんだろう
those things get popular anyway?
いや
This isn't a laughing matter.
諦めるには早すぎるの
Isn't it too early to give up? Haven't we already succeeded with D-mail, a first in human history?
だから史上初じゃないって
We're not the first. Didn't CERN do it before us? Humanity's first time traveling email. For we who have achieved that miracle, nothing is impossible.
根拠のない自信
Such
で
baseless
そも
confidence.
そも D メールを
Anyway,
使えるようになった
wasn't
の
it
だ
just a coincidence that we discovered D-mail?
いまだに
We
リフ
still
ターに代
haven't
替してい
figured
るも
out
のが何なのかすら
what's
解明できてい
functioning
ない
as the lifter.
それが解明できればいい
We just need to
のだ
figure that out, don't we?
全然ダメ
It's futile.
セルンですら解
How
決
do
で
you
きていない
solve a
問題には
problem that
どう
even
対処す
CERN
る
can't figure
局者
out?
場指定ができないんじゃ
If you
ど
can't
こに
set
飛
the
ぶかわからない
destination, then you don't know where you'll leap to.
何もない宇宙
We'll
のど真
pass
ん中
on
に飛ばされ
leaping
るの
into
は
deep
ごめんだ
science.
お
Thanks. That is the problem. If you can't control where you'll end up, your time machine is worthless.
いやちょっと待て
Wait a sec.
D メールは
We don't set the destination when we send a D-mail, yet it still arrives where it's supposed to. How do you explain
これは
that?
どう
言われて
Now
み
that you
れば
mention it,
メルアド指定してるから
you set the mail
ちゃんと
address,
届い
right?
てるんじゃね
Isn't that enough?
そうなのかな
Is it?
携
I
帯
don't
の電
think
波
a
な
phone
んて
signal can be
何千万
received
キロ
from
も離れ
millions
た
of
場所から
kilometers away.
電波が届かない
I bet you'd get a busy signal or
ん
something.
じゃないかなって
I stare at my phone.
私は思いま
あるいは携帯
Maybe our cell phones are acting like black holes and white holes.
す憶測で物を
You
言うべき
shouldn't
じゃない
speculate
そんな
like
の
that.
根拠ゼロ
You
よ
have zero
ワー
basis.
ムホールができてい
It
る
is possible that we form a wormhole.
未
Is
だ
it?
かつて
Is it?
ワームホールの実在が
No
確認
wormholes
された
have
ことはない
ever been confirmed to exist. I groan. Kurisu and Daru file silent. The problem, as them stumped too. Mayuri is the only one smiling. She probably doesn't understand and is just smiling because she feels like it.
いずれにせよ
In any case, the cold hard truth is that D-mails arrive precisely when and where we want them to. We're ahead of CERN in that regard.
タイムトラベルについて
Now,
D メールを
can we apply D-mail technology to physical time travel?
でもさ
But with D-mails, you can only send 36 bytes of data.
人間を丸々
No way you can
物理転
send a
送
whole
させる
person with that kind of
マジ無
limit.
理
It's the same problem that CERN is having, and the reason their subjects turn into jellymen.
ゲルオカリンにな
If
り
you
た
want
け
to
れば
become Jellokarin, I am not stopping you. Recalling the fate of CERN's researchers makes my skin crawl. Kerr black holes, ring singularities, supergravitational space-time distortion. If you can adjust the lifter's volume of electron injection, you might be able to make the ring singularities naked. But even CERN is having a hard time controlling the lifter. Even if we do figure out what's functioning as the lifter in our time machine, I doubt we'll be able to solve the problem easily. Meaning that at present, we can only send a mere 36 bytes of data. Which, to be fair, is more than 2,000 bits, right? Am I crazy? More than 200 bits? Anyways, I wonder how much data there is in a human body. I bet it's more than an exabyte.
物理的転送なんて考
It
え
would be
ない方
best
が
to
身のた
leave
めね
physical transfer
デ
aside
ー
for
タだけの
now.
タイムトラベルだ
Sending
けで
data
もす
through
ごいことなん
time
だから
is
そ
an
れで我
amazing
慢すべ
feat
き
by itself. We should be satisfied with what we've got. Sending data through time is enough, huh?
世の真理を
Such
探求する科学者
pessimism
とは
is
思えない
unbecoming of a scientist sworn to uncover the secrets of the universe.
身の丈に合ったことを
I'm
考
telling
え
you
ろと
to know your
言っている。
limits.
真理を探求するなら
If you're going to
しかる
uncover
べ
the
き頭脳
secrets
と
of the
設備と
universe,
お
you
金を
need
揃えないと
personal
少なくと
equipment
もセ
and
ルン並み
funding.
にはね。
Personnel, not just personal equipment, and funding to rival
こん
CERN's.
な貧乏サークルじ
It's
ゃ
one thing to set lofty
志だけ
goals,
高くても
but
何も
this
できない。
impoverished lab has no resources to speak of.
前から思ってたけ
I've
ど
been thinking, maybe we should bring the phone wave to a proper research institution and entrust
専
it
門
to a
家に委ね
specialist.
セルンがタイムマシン
CERN
の
keeps
研
their
究
time
を
machine
極秘にし
research
てるな
top
ら
secret, so
私たちは
if
きち
we
んと
make an
公表
official
して
announcement,
人
we'll
類の
benefit
未来
from
の
the
ために
will
役立てなきゃ。
it'll benefit the future of mankind.
もし公表すれば
If we make an official announcement, the organization will become aware of my existence.
あのね、
Oh, come
こ
on.
っちは真
I'm
面目に
being
話してるん
serious
だぞ。
here. This
冗談
isn't
言
the
ってる場
time
合
for
じゃ
your
ん。
それに
childish,
俺たちは
and
セ
we've
ルンを
hacked
ハッキン
into
グしたから
CERN.
奴らは人体実験まで
Those
している
heartless
非常な連中
bastards will do anything, even experiment on human beings.
国家の枠組
And
みさえ
behind them is a power greater than all the nations of the earth.
もし電話連中かっこかりを
If we make the phone wave name subject to change public, they might have us erased.
映画の見過ぎじゃない。
You watch too many movies.
300人
The name Committee of 300 appeared in actual CERN documents. Yeah, but Kurisu's tone weakens. Mayoshi's kinda scared.
ハッキングがバレたら
If they find out how about our hacking, they'll seriously
バ
have
レる
us
ような
killed.
ヘマはしてな
I
いけ
didn't
ど
make any mistakes that could give us away, of course.
それに
Also,
これが何よりも問題
and
なのだ
this
が
is the biggest problem. I lower my voice and look hard at each one of them in turn.
公表して
If we
しま
go
った
public, we won't be able to do cool stuff with emails
あ
anymore.
んたね。
Why you? Mwahahaha. No way I'm giving up such an awesome machine.
俺は法院教
I am Hoin Kyoma, the insane mad scientist who rules space and time. What I desire is... That's right.
ダ
Chaos.
メだこいつ。
This guy's
早く
hopeless.
なんとかしないと。
Better do something quick.
え
Eh? Hey? Everybody freezes.
クリスティン
Christina,
お前
are you an at channel?
Listen.
Shut up. I am not, okay? Karisu gives me her sharpest glare yet. Her eyes are so cold, my spine turns to ice. I nod and swallow what I was going to say. That reminds me, Daru, have you made any progress hacking into
さらに
CERN?
進んだか
He did say it would take time to learn how to use the IBM 5100. But I know he's been coming to the lab every day to work on it. His monitor is always displaying some kind of program, and his fingers are always busy on the keyboard.
ああ
Yeah,
今はセ
right
ルンの
now
膨
I'm
大な資
combing
料を
CERN's
漁る
massive
こと翻
database.
訳しながら全部
It
読
would
む
take
の
years to
に
read it
何
all.
年か
For
かる
now,
よ
I've passed everything that looks
一応
important
重要
into
なところは
Makaseshi
マ
for
キセシに
translation.
まあ基本的に
Basically,
は
I've gone as
僕に
deep
は
as I
もう
can
や
go.
るセルンは今や
CERN belongs to me now.
お前が味方で
Thank
よかった
goodness you're on my
と
side.
思うよ
If only you weren't so weak to
それで
seduction.
クリスティーナは
Christina, report on the status of these
いちいち
translations.
芝居がか
Can
っ
you
た
stop
喋り
talking like that?
どうにか
It's
ならない？
pretentious and annoying as hell.
軽くイラッと。
Hell? Mayuri makes a cute idol-like pose and smiles for some reason. Chris-chan, as Okarin's childhood friend, I promise you'll get used to how he talks eventually.
そのうちって
I just
いう
hope
の
it
が
doesn't take 10 years.
お前
So, you're saying you want to stay with me for 10 years. In other words, you want to work in this lab for the rest of
皮
your...
肉よ。
It was sarcasm, get it? Sarcasm. Oh,
そうでは
give me a report, Christina. If you don't, I'll call you an at-channeler.
違うっつってんでしょ。
Didn't you hear me the first time? She glares at me again. My blood goes cold.
一応
I've been
時間を
working
見
on
て
the
翻訳は進めてる
translation
け
when
ど
I have time, but
今
so
のところ
far I
タイ
haven't
ムマ
seen
シンに関
anything
する
new
目
about
新し
time
い情
travel.
報。やっぱりセルンも
It looks like
問題
CERN
の
is still
解決策を
struggling
見
to
つけ
find
よ
a
うと
solution.
四苦八苦してる。
Maybe they'll have to wait another 24 years like Taiter said.
ダル
Daru,
他に成果は
Any other results?
成果じゃないけど
Well, it looks like
今
CERN's in the middle of a
実
big
験の真っ
project,
最
so
中
the
みたいでさ
LHC is at full operation.
そこに割り込んで
I'm trying to
こっそ
see
り
if
使わ
I
せて
can
もらえないかなって
cut in
作
and
中
maybe use it secretly.
嘘
What? No way. Chris is stunned. Honestly, so am I.
それってすごいの
Is that amazing?
すごいどころじゃない
It's not amazing. It's downright outrageous. Super hacker.
恐ろしい
What a monster.
おいクリスティーン
Hey, Christina, are you doing that on purpose? Doing what?
何のこと
She's an channeler, no doubt about it.
でもまあ
Anyway,
それができるように
I'm
な
just
った
doing it for laughs. It's not like we have any reason to use the
作
LHC.
戦は順調
It sounds like things are going smoothly.
第三
When do you begin stage 3 of the operation?
第3段階ってなんだ
What's stage 3?
セルンが人隠しに
CERN's
して
most
いる
secret
禁断の領
forbidden
域
domain. We're going to free the darkest hidden inside. The darkness, the darkest darkness.
日本語で OK
In Japanese, please.
IBN
The IBM 5100 database. I'm asking if you started hacking it
そ
yet.
こへのハッキングには
Daru frowns.
ああ
We
それは
can't,
無理って言
remember?
ったじゃん
IBN
You
5100
said all we needed was an IBM 5100 of our own.
なる
Right, that's the problem. We can't do anything without one.
ん
Huh? Again, this feeling of disconnect. The conversation isn't making sense.
IBN
But
5100は
I got you an IBM
俺が手に入れてきた
5100.
だろ
You haven't started
ま
working
だ
on it
触っても
yet?
いないのか
Huh?
手に入れ
You
て
got
きた
one?
いつ
When? Oh. Puzzled, I look at Krisu and Mayuri. Mayuri looks confused, like always. Krisu meets my eyes and shrugs her shoulders.
私も聞いて
First
ないわ
I've heard of it.
バカな
Impossible. That just can't be. I dash into the development room. The IBM 5100 I borrowed from the Yanabayashi shrine should be on the shelf inside. It's in a cardboard box and it weighs 25 kilos, too heavy for a single person to carry. But when I go to look,
ない
it's gone. It's no longer where I left it.
IBN
The IBM
5100
5100.
ここに置いてあったの
5100 was right there. Where did it go? Everyone looks at me in surprise.
何を鳩が
Why are you staring at me like that? The legendary PC that was donated to the Yanabayashi shrine. You've seen it. Remember? I don't remember.
柳林
Donated
神
to
社
the
に登って
Yanabayashi
そ
shrine?
んなアホな
That's stupid.
幻覚でも見てたんじ
You
ゃない
sure you weren't hallucinating? It's odd these days. Despair drags me down like quicksand. We can't hack that database without the IBM 5100. Who stole it? The organization? CERN? CERN is a possibility. Maybe they noticed our hacking and stole the IBM 5100 from the lab. No. Even if they could steal the IBM 5100 from the lab, they can't steal Mayuri and Daru's memories of it. What happened? Hirumoeka. Now is an opportunity. Although I see I have 0 concurrent viewers. So I guess I'll call her myself. Let's see. I send the mail to Moeka. I don't know if I'll get a response. Why am I sending her a mail like this? The reason's obvious. I want to test her. If it was an inside crime, then Moeka's the prime suspect, considering her strange attachment to the IBM 5100. I wait a while, but no reply comes. Of course, even if Moeka were the culprit, she wouldn't just admit it.
落ち着け
Calm down.
順序立てなくて
Tell
いい
us
か
what
ら
happened.
思いつくまま
You
に
don't have to be
一つずつ
precise. Just
ゆっくり
say
話して
whatever comes to mind. We
分
can
類
work
整
it
理は
out later. Yeah. I wipe my sweat with a handkerchief, then slowly explain the purpose of the IBM 5100 and how I came to obtain one.
IBN5100 が消えたの
The
は
IBN 5100 may have disappeared as a result of changes someone made to the past. Oh, so you believe me?
でも私
But
の主観
from
で
my
は
perspective,
これまでに
all
送
of
っ
the
た D メール
emails
は
we
些細な
sent
も
so
のば
far
かりよ
were trivial. There's that one we sent when we first realized Phone Wave Chan was a time machine, right?
オカリンは変
The
態
one
って内
that
容で
said
送ったよ
Okarin is a perv.
あとは
And
D
during
メー
the
ル実
preliminary
験
D
で
mail
私
experiments,
が岡部の
I
携帯に
sent
何十通も
dozens
送った
to Okabe's phone,
どれも
but
中身
they
の
were
ない
all
文面ばか
insubstantial.
りだから
So I don't think they could have changed the past.
僕も2通送った
I
よ
sent 2 of them when I was trying to win a match against Ferris.
それともう一つ
There was
岡部
one
が
more.
一番最
The
初に
first
偶然
mail
送っ
Okabe
た
accidentally sent that said I was dead.
だが俺の主観では
But from my perspective, we sent several more. You mean how you sent the winning lotto to 6 numbers? And how Luka-chan bought a ticket with those numbers, but didn't win?
岡部以外は
But nobody aside from Okabe remembers him sending
だ
it.
がお前たちにもその後で見せた
But
はずだぞ
I showed you guys
俺の
afterwards.
携帯に残ってい
It
た
was still in my
着信履歴
phone's arrival history.
あれは惜しかったよね
We were so close. Is that all?
いや
No,
まだ
there's more. Moeka and Lukako
Moeka と
each
Lukako
sent a D
D
mail.
メールを
そうだった
Oh,
で
right.
もそう主張しているのは
That's
岡部
what you
だけなのよ
claim.
ね
But Hashida Mayuri-san and I don't remember either of those.
誰もし
Mayoshi is getting a headache.
だから言っているだろ
I already told you guys. I am the only one who keeps his memories after the world changes.
それで
So according to your perspective, when did the IBM 5100
いつ
disappear?
消えたの
Did it just happen? When's the last time you remember seeing it in a
そ
lab?
れは
Well, I put my index finger to my forehead and searched my memories. IBM 5100, IBM 5100.
確か
I'm sure. It was August
8月
3rd.
3日だ
I remember it being in the lab on August
間違い
3rd.
ないのね
Are you certain?
と
I
思い
think so. So many things have happened. My memories are a jumble. Let's go over the events which led me to obtaining the IBM 5100. I heard that Ferris was a retro PC maniac who knew about the IBM 5100. I learned that 9 years ago she obtained her IBM 5100 to Yanabayashi Shrine. I asked Lukago's dad for help, and he lent me the IBN 5100, just like that. Mission complete. At the very least, Ferris and Lukago should remember what happened. I should give them a call. I shall give them a call? What do you think, concurrent viewers of Zero? I should, huh? Yes. Let's talk to Ferris. No, not like that. Outbox. How am I to do this? I wonder. Address book. Oh, I call the Shining Finger first. The Ferris. How do you call both of them? Okay. Maybe I'm crazy. Huh. Oh, I call assistant John Tyler, Shiny Fingered, Phone Wave, but don't worry, Fairy, someone come on me. Oh, Lukako. Whoops, my bad. I think I got Kiru mixed up with Lukako for some reason. Hello, Okabe-san? Please forget what you saw the other day.
恥ずかしいところ
I saw something? My cosplay. Oh, that. That was just Lukako getting embarrassed for no reason.
それより
More importantly, I have questions about the IBM 5100. The IBM 5100. About 9 years ago, someone
9
dedicated
年ほど
to
前に預けられ
a
た
retro PC to the Yanabayashi Shrine. That one. You know. Anything? Know anything? Yes. He remembers. Lukako really remembers.
俺が少し前に
Just a while
神
ago,
社
I
に行って
came to
探し
the
当たったんだ
shrine looking for it, didn't I? And then I asked your old man, and he let me borrow it, right? I don't...
違う
Right? I don't remember anything like that. What? This is another effect of changing the past.
IBN
The
5100
IBN 5100 was at the shrine though, right?
今もあるのか
Is it there now? I don't know the details.
今どこにいる
Where are you now?
近くにお前の
Is your old man there? No.
そうか
Damn. Okay. Sorry for calling you so suddenly. No problem. I'm sorry that I couldn't help. The IBN 5100 was at the Yanabayashi Shrine. That's a fact. And Lukako knew that. I need to check if it's still there or not. Could the IBN 5100 have returned to the shrine? Did that huge retro PC spread legs and trot back? That's just silly. But Banas have teleported out of the microwave. Moeka also instantly moved from the lab to somewhere else. Considering that, it's entirely possible that the same thing happened to the IBN 5100. Maybe I should go check later. Next is Ferris. By the way, I haven't told Ferris my phone number. I'm afraid that if I talk to her on the phone, she'll drag me into her usual nonsense. So, there is only one option. Mayuri, I need to contact Ferris. Huh? Mayuri's eating an eclair. She must have stuck some in the fridge when I wasn't looking. Want one, Okarin? They're delicious. Now that she mentions it, Kurisu and Daru are eating too. You people don't have a care in the world, do you? There's some crazy stuff happening here. Or could it all just be in your head? No need to panic. It's not just in my head, it's not. You need Ferris-chan for something? I wonder if she's working today. Ferris-chan's off today. Well done, Daru. You know Ferris' schedule better than her co-worker. I award you the title of Ferris Stalker. You know her phone number, right? See if you can get a hold of her. Okay. Mayuri takes out her phone and makes a call. After a short wait, Mayuri smiles. Ferris-chan! Good afternoon, it's Mayushi-nyan. Nyan. Oh right, this is the first time Kurisu has heard of Mayuri. Has heard Mayuri speak Nyan. Sorry to bother you on your day off. Okurin said he wants to talk to you about something. Wanna talk to him? Huh? You know, Okurin. Kyoma? Who's Kyoma? The hell are they talking about? By the way, Ferris is the only person who called me by my true name, Hyoin Kyoma. I am thankful for that, but she still drives me crazy. I'm handing you over, okay? Here you go, Okarin. I take Mayuri's phone. Ferris's face is displayed on the LCD. She's wearing cat ears even though it's her day off. It's me, Owen Kyoma. Meow! How unusual for Kyoma to contact me, Nya. There's something I need to ask you. Long ago, you donated a retro PC to Yanabayashi Shrine. Am I mistaken? Nyan? What? What's Nyan supposed to mean, Nya? Ah, crap. I started to talk like her. Kurisu bursts out laughing. Looks like she heard. It means you're right, Nya. Though, I didn't know it was called the IBM 5100 until recently, Nya. What? Why recently? Darunyan told me, yeah? So that's it. At any rate, Ferris has confirmed that the IBM 5100 was at Yanabayashi Shrine. So did the IBM 5100 disappear from the lab after I received it? Retrieved it. No, Kurisu and the others lost their memories of me bringing it back to the lab, so I'm considering two possibilities. One, I went to the shrine but didn't acquire the IBM 5100. It's still at the shrine. Two, before I went to the shrine, someone moved the IBM 5100 somewhere else. Looks like I'll have to go to the shrine after all. So, what about the retro PC, Nya? Nothing. Ferris was a retro PC maniac, wasn't she? Let's just make sure. Do you have any other information on the IBM 5100? It's a super rare PC. As a charisma build made, I expect you have a strong network of Akiba, correct? I'd like to use that network and search for any IBM 5100s in Akiba now. We only need to find one. It doesn't matter if it's the one I found at the shrine. I can look. For a price, Nya. A price? Is she trying to strike a deal? That's unexpected. Let's hear it. I want you to Ferris's apartment, Nya. Where is this apartment of yours? I quickly prepare a memo pad and write down the address Ferris recites. Oh, so you live in Akiba? That'll make things quick. Judging by the address, it should be right next to the station. Nyan. I return Mayuri's phone and stand up from the couch. Let's stop by Yanabayashi Shrine and then head to Ferris's place. Well, I look over my shoulder with a frown. Why are you guys tagging along? Mayuri and Daru are following me, even though I didn't ask them to come. Karisu stayed back at the lab. Mayoshi's never been to Ferris-chan's place. I thought I'd like to visit once. I mean, it's Ferris-chan's home. No way I'm missing this. It might be a bad idea to take the Ferris stalker along. A really bad idea. Well, whatever. If Ferris has a problem with it, then we can send him away when we get there. Nothing else matters as long as I get Ferris to search for an IBM 5100. My connection is very shoddy, as you can see. Of course, if the IBM 5100 is at the Yanabayashi Shrine, then that won't even be necessary. I stop by the shrine, but Lukako's not there. I guess he was out when he answered the phone earlier. I've got no other choice, so I go to the humble shrine office and press the intercom button. Luka's dad comes out. When I try asking him if the IBM 5100 was donated to the shrine, he answers, "It certainly was." But after he tries looking for it, he says he can't find it anywhere, and he has no idea where it went. I ask him if he lent me the IBM 5100 before, but that event is gone from his memory. What's going on here? While heading toward Ferris's place, I analyze the situation. The IBM 5100 has disappeared from the lab, even though it was there just a few days ago. It has also disappeared from Yanabayashi Shrine. It's like some god is messing with me, moving it every time I get close. The D-mails definitely have something to do with this. I can only begin to imagine how the past has changed. At any rate, it looks like we'll have to rely on Ferris. The usual weekend crowd packs the front of Akiba Station. Girls dressed in maid outfits and school uniforms diligently distribute flyers to the passers-by. I appreciate their efforts in this god-awful heat. After a few melanin-boosting moments walking in the sun, I come to a sudden stop. What's wrong? I've caught sight of a woman squatting on the side of the road, hugging her knees and typing on her phone. That has got to be Lab Mem 005, Kirimorika. Wait, is she still a Lab Mem? Mayuri and Dara don't remember her. What? Look. There's something I need to ask her. I run up to Moeka. Hey, shining finger. I try getting her attention, but she's stuck in her own little world. IBN. 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 Gone. 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 Why is it gone? Why can't I find it? Is it really in this town? Don't tell me it's already. Are you listening, Shining Finger? It should be here. Has to be. FB said it so. No reaction. Kiryu Moeka. Moeka stops muttering. She finally looks up. Actually, she just looks at my feet. Okabe-kun, did you take the IBN 5100 from the lab? Mayuri and Daru look askance at me, but I ignore them. I don't want to believe that it was you. You are a fellow lab mem after all, but you did display an unhealthy attachment to that computer. So, was it you? You found an IBN 5100? I found one, but it's gone missing. Missing? Don't worry. I won't report you to the police as long as you return it, that is. The normally expressionless Moeka frowns in bewilderment. You don't remember, do you? Moeka shakes her head faintly. Then she looks down and begins operating her phone at high speed. You're not making any sense. Please explain. Did you really find an IBN 5100? Where? Moeka. If the IBN 5100 had been stolen from the lab, then Moeka would be my first subject. My first suspect. But the IBN 5100 disappeared from Yanabayashi Shrine, not the lab. It can't have been Moeka's doing. So it was the D-mail. Or perhaps it was the work of CERN. I'm sorry, Finger. I squat in front of Moeka and bow my head. I suspected you. A lab mem. A comrade. I am the worst sort of man. Hit me, please. I don't mind. But there's one thing I want to know. In my long years running from the organization, I've grown unable to trust anyone. Why? Why did I have to be born with these gifts that others so covet? Once I start to suspect, everyone looks suspicious. No matter how many comrades gather around me, I always feel alone. Pitiful, aren't I? Just tell me about the IBN 5100, Moeka. Did you just ignore my entire speech? Hey, Okarin. You're doing improv in the middle of the street. Has the heat gone to your head? So Moeka doesn't know I had an IBN 5100. And judging by her responses, she hasn't found one either. I feel like I'm getting farther and farther away from my goal. I've been thinking... Moeka-san sure is pretty, isn't she? She's got a nice figure, and she's tall, too. She'd look great in one of my costumes, What? For a second, I doubt my ears. I approach Mayuri. You've met Moeka before? Sure I have. When? I grab Mayuri by the shoulders and shake her. Her head bounces back and forth. When you brought her to the lab. I did? Daru, do you remember her? Sure, we met at the lab. After Moeka sent her email, Mayuri, Daru, and Kurisu behaved as if they had never met her before. But now both Mayuri and Daru know her. Does that mean Moeka's past was reconstructed again? Given the timing, It has to be Lukako's email that did it. But all he did was tell his mother to eat a lot of vegetables. How could it be related to the labmem's knowledge of Moeka? Is this another example of the butterfly effect? The cause doesn't match the effect at all. Okurin, we need to get going. First chance waiting, remember? That's true. Let's think about the Moeka issuation. The issuation. The Moeka issue later. Right now, we should look for the address written on the memo pad. By the way, Mayuri, what's Ferris's real name? Oh, Okurin, hold on there. Ferris Ten's name is Ferris Nyanya. She doesn't have any other names. Face reality, Daru. Ferris Nyanyan is just her professional name. Ooh, you're the worst. Why do you have to crush my dreams like that? Quit grumbling. You just can't handle the truth. Well, Mayuri, don't you know? Is it okay for Mayushi to tell you? It's not like you took up our secrecy, right? And besides, we're visiting our home, so we'll find out soon enough. Oh, I guess you're right. But promise me you'll keep it secret, okay? Like from the masters who come to make one? Make queen? I nod. Okay, First Chain's real name is Akiha Rumeho-chan. Nyan nyan nyan, not listening. Daru covers his ears and drowns the sound out. Akiha? The same characters as Akihabara. Appropriate. Our destination turns out to be the high-rise apartment building next to UPX. Wow, awesome. Wait, seriously? She lives here? We stand there for a while, staring wide-eyed at the towering building before us. According to the address Ferris gave me, she lives on the top floor, all the way up there. Did we get the wrong address? No, I wouldn't make such a stupid mistake. Don't tell me Ferris is working for the organization. I quickly scan the area. No suspicious figures in sight. Does she have men in black waiting to haul us off to a re-education camp? Nice delusion, man. The truth is stranger than fiction. Besides, don't you think it would be super mo if Fairy Stan turned out to be a rich girl character? Nice delusion yourself, man. Anyway, let's go in. When we call the top floor room via intercom, we're greeted by the voice of an elderly man. He lets us in immediately once I introduce myself as Huin Kyoma. It feels like we're walking into a trap, but I can't turn back now. When we get off of the elevator, the elderly man from the intercom is there to lead us inside. He turns out to be a silver-haired gentleman in a tuxedo. A real-life butler? He does indeed look like a stereotypical butler. He fits the bill so well, you wouldn't think he was anything else. Mistress, Mr. Huin Kyoma and friends have arrived. The butler leads us into a room. Ferris is standing before a large window with a panoramic view of Akiba. Thanks, Kuroki. Yeah? I've never seen her wearing anything other than the usual maid uniform, so it's refreshing to see her in plain clothes. But why does she still have her cat ears on? I want to ask. I can't help but wonder. But I restrained myself. Even if I did ask, Ferris would just say something like, I was born with these, nya. Nya, Mayoshi and Daru, nya, came too, nya. Ferris's eyes twinkle when she sees Mayuri and Daru behind me. Ferris-chan, good afternoon, Casual Ferris-chan, too cute. I silenced the mouth-breathing Daru by introducing his ribs to my elbow. They followed me. If you don't want them here, I'll send them home. No fur off my back, nya. Everyone's welcome, nyan. Wait, you talk like that even in your own home? What do you mean, nya? Gonna play dumb? Akibaru miho. Ferris is Ferris, nya. Whatever. Fine. What I really want to know is how you get to live in a luxury apartment in Akiba's best district. I look around the room again. The interior design and furnishings give a very refined impression. It's elegant without being ostentatious. Actually, it's kind of like a model home. There's nothing to suggest that this room is lived in. No dirty clothes, no used dishware, not even a speck of dust. That butler, or maybe even some real maids. If there's a butler, there have to be maids, right? Must be constantly cleaning up. Speaking of the butler, he's disappeared. I didn't even notice him leave. He's clearly a master butler if he can move so quietly. Ferris, just who are you? Like I said, Ferris is Ferris, nyan. Ferris says it so nonchalantly. Don't play dumb. If you don't explain yourself, I am leaving. How arrogant! We're the ones who came here to ask Ferris-chan for a favor, aren't we? Well, if you must know, this land originally belonged to my family, nya. Huh? What did she just say? This land originally belonged to her family? Oh, that's why you're an Akiha-san. An Akiha-san. Mayuri's exclamation connects the dots in my head. Akiha? You mean you're descended from the hereditary landholders of Akihabara? Ferris nods with a proud expression. So she really is a rich girl character. By the way, Ferris has considerable influence on Akihabara's development, yeah. Ferris wriggles her slender waist and makes a gesture like a cat washing its face. It was Ferris who convinced the development board to actively promote Mo culture in Akiba, yeah. Wow, that's amazing. I've been going to development meetings since I was little, nya. So basically, the chaotic changes in Akiba are all a result of this cat girl's whims? What a monster! But please, keep all of this a secret, nya. Ferris's expression suddenly darkens. Why? You want to know, nya? Ferris approaches me with a bewitching expression. That's because Ferris gently strokes my cheek with her cool, slender fingers. I feel myself falling under her spell. And then she grins. Ferris is Ferris, nya! Damn you, cat girl. How dare you make a fool of me? I want all my fans to keep treating me the same as always, nya. Daru starts fist pumping when he sees Ferris's cutesy act. I'll treat you at full force. Mayushi's your fan too. Your maid spirit is really amazing. Mayuri and Daru might have fallen for her charms, but not I. I don't care about any of this. I thrust my finger at Ferris. Do not defy me, Ferris Nyan Nyan, or I'll paint your expensive wallpaper with blood. You called me to your home so you could show off your status and try to gain leverage in our negotiations, but it's futile. For you are dealing with the insane mad scientist, Kyoma. What kind of reason is that? Ha! Perfect. Now Ferris will tremble in fear and beg for my forgiveness. Or so I thought, but instead, she looks at me with gleaming eyes. Nyan! Ferris loves forceful men, Nyan. What did she say? That's my line. I wanted to threaten her, not seduce her. Is Ferris a masochist? Honestly, Ferris didn't want to talk so much about herself, nya. Most people, when they learn who I am, stop seeing me as Ferris, nya. They only see the Akeha name. Ferris and Akeha Rumio want to be seen as separate persons. Nya. There's nothing to separate. You are Ferris Nyan Nyan, are you not? Yeah? For once I agree with you, Okurin. Whenever she speaks Nyan 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 and wears her cat ears, she is Ferris-tan. You're just being overly self-conscious, Ferris. I don't know, Nya. I am serious. To me, you'll always be the unbeatable cat-eared maid. Nyahaha. Thanks, Kyoma. Why is she thanking me? Well, she's probably admiring my incredible magnanimity. Magnanimity? Magnanimity. Magnanimity. Mwahaha. Now then, let's finish this idle gossip and get down to business. Ferris, you said there would be a price to pay in exchange for your help acquiring the IBN 5100. What is your price? Do not test the limits of my goodwill. If I unseal my right arm for even an instant, everything will be destroyed and nothing will remain. Just so you know. Fine by me, Nya. Ferris points at the cat ears sticking out of her head. These cat ears have the power to negate all other powers. Nyan Nyan clear. When Kyoma's power is unleashed, Ferris will stop it. Nya. I shouldn't have mentioned my hand to Ferris. Ferris's most terrifying power is one known as Dubbing 10. It allows her to steal other people's stories and add them to her own. I am the one who named it, of course. The number 10 doesn't really mean anything. Well, I guess I'll tell you, Nya. My price. Ferris chuckles. But I noticed something. Her eyes aren't smiling. Is to let you use... Wow, how dramatic I am, excuse me. Is to let me use your time machine, Nya. Yes, I had a feeling that was it. I heard what you said at May Queen yesterday. You've built a time machine. Indeed, we have created the first successful time machine in human history. CERN was the first. We call it a time machine, but it's not the kind you can hop into and fly to whenever you want. All we can do is send a 36-byte email to someone's phone in the past. But even that is worthy of a Nobel Prize in physics. It is a transcendental super invention that will alter the course of human history forever. It can send an email to someone in the past? That's awesome! Ferris wants to use it, yeah? Ferris jumps up and down with joy. The time machine is our lab's greatest secret. If you want to use it, then you must become a lab mem. A lab mem? What's that, Nya? Well, it means you get to be part of our club. Mayushi would be super happy if Ferris-chan became a lab mem. Same here. That would be alright. Please join. I am begging here. How do I become a lab mem, yeah? There is no contract. We only require that you perform the blood oath. The blood oath? The window is closed, but a gust of wind blows through the room. It's coming from the air conditioner. But outside the window, I see rain clouds cover the sky. I hear the rumbling of thunder inside my brain. Ferris Nyan, if thou dost desire to join the hallowed order of lab mems, then by the code passed down in high ancient from an age long forgotten, pledge thy flesh, thy bone, thy blood, and thy soul to the grail of heaven, and swear fealty everlasting. This duty fulfilled, the old gods shall grant thee thy lab mem number. I didn't understand a word of that. Oh no, what do I do? Mayushi never ate any blood loaf. Does that mean Mayushi's not a lab mem? Don't worry, Mayushi. This is just Okurin's usual nonsense. Ah, I guess everything's fine then. Thank goodness. Very well, Nya. I shall take the blood oath. Nya. With a grim expression, Ferris grabs a small knife on top of her desk and suddenly slashes it against her wrist. Ah! No! Isn't that a paper knife? Nyahaha. Garanyan's right. Nya. Gah, she surprised me. I clear my throat and pull myself together. Very well. Ferris, I invest you as Lab Mem 007. Perfect. So, now can I use the time machine now? Indeed. But not a word to anyone. Death to traitors. That is the law of the lab. Is it? It is? No. Okurin made it up just now. Thanks, Kyoma. Ferris hugs me by the neck. A very sweet aroma tickles my nose, and something very soft tickles my... Okurin, you jerk. I helped make the phone wave too. Really, Nya? Then Daru Nan too. Ferris flies over to Daru. I'm glad she's so happy, Okurin. Mayuri, you really are innocent. You know what? I take out my phone and put it to my ear. It's me. Yeah, I've got her wrapped around my finger. What did you expect? She's just a 17-year-old girl. That cat girl thinks she's bargained with me to appease her lust for mankind's dream, the forbidden fruit that is the time machine. But she's dancing to the tune of Huin Kyoma. Did she? Why did I agree to pay her price, you ask? That should be obvious. Then I twist my lips into a grin. My razor-sharp shark teeth are probably glistening right now. Damn, I wish I had shark teeth. That cat girl shall be our guinea pig. I am a monster. What a terrible thing to say. Not that you're wrong, exactly. Our D-mail experiments have reached a standstill. Carissa refuses to become a subject, and Mayuri and Daru are too dumb to be useful. We managed to experiment on Moeka and Lukako, but we still need more data. Along comes Ferris. She's going to provide me with both an IBM 5100 and new data. 2 birds with 1 stone. Right. Ferris thinks she's using us, but it is we who are using her. She is but a moth drawn to my brilliant flame. Mwahahaha. As planned, we are proceeding to the next phase of the experiment. This is the choice of Stein's Gate. Else I conquer. Someone taps me on the shoulder after I put away my phone. Right after that, they blow into my ear. Whoa! Who are you talking to, Nya? Ferris is behind me. She must have finished servicing Doubter while I was still on the phone. No doubt, she heard everything. It's too late, Ferris Nyan Nyan. You've already taken the blood oath. If you break it, ruin will befall you. There is no escape. Okay, Nya. So, where's the time machine, Nya? She certainly is in a hurry. The time machine. Its name is the phone wave name, subject to change, by the way, is in our lab. This time, we'll make use of the phone wave name subject to change's original function and send the email by remote control. Karisu should still be in the lab. I'll leave the setup to her. I ask Ferris where she wants the email to go. She says she's sending it to her father 10 years ago. I take down her email address. The destination is April 3rd, 2000. It has to be at 8 a.m. that day, so we use an online calculator to factor in leap years, resulting in 86,168 hours. A palindrome. So does that mean it has to keep going for 86,000 seconds? Won't phone wave chan get tired? It doesn't actually have to run the entire duration. Our previous experiments have confirmed that. Allegedly. The mail reaches the past if you send it as soon as the discharge begins. In accordance with the butterfly effect, the remaining seconds should be cancelled out. The experiment never happened. The fact that the email was sent is erased, leaving behind only the mail in the recipient's phone. At least that's what our experiments have shown so far. Now, let's call Kursu. Oh, I control it. I do the controlling this time, you see. Up, down, up, down. So, here we go to call assistant. I was looking for Kurisu. Hello. It's me. What's the situation? She hung up on me. Of course she did. Mayushi and I are the only ones who can deal with your act, you know. Again. Hello. It's Hoen Kyoman. Don't hang up. Oh, it's Okabe. I was sure it was a prank call. It shows you my number, doesn't it? You were talking crazy, so I got scared and hung up. In other words, you fear the insanity of Hoen Kyomo. Well, I suppose you can't be blamed for... she hung up! Again! Like I said, we're the only ones who can put up with you. I quickly redial. Hello. This is Okabe Rentaro. Sorry, but could you mess with the phone wave name subject to change the settings a little, please? Well, why didn't you say so? You're going to use the phone wave? I don't want to anger the guy downstairs, though. We're about to perform a critical experiment. Understand, assistant? Mr. Braun might yell at you, but that small sacrifice will bring mankind's dream, the time machine, to fruition. You're really irresponsible. You know that? Well, what should I set it to? I tell her Ferris's dad's mail address.
はい
And I have her set the
予
timer.
約したわよ
Okay, it's ready.
よしご苦労
Alright,
少し待て
thanks. Wait a bit. I turn to Ferris.
送る文章は書き終わった
Finished writing what you want to send? I already told her the phone wave, name subject to change his email address. Ferris nods.
どんな内容だ
What did you write?
過去を変えるものなのだろ
You sure it's something that'll change the past?
そ
Well,
それ
well,
は
what happened to her usual competence?
恥ずかしい
It's embarrassing, Nya. A trade secret, Nyan.
秘密だと
A secret. Nonsense. This is science. Unless we know what you're sending,
データを検証
we
で
can't
きないではないか
verify the results.
何言ってるにゃこれは実験じゃなくて交換条
What's that supposed to mean? No one said anything about science,
自
Nya.
分のために
I'm using the time machine for myself, not science, Nya. That's not fair.
オカリンも人のこと言
You're
え
the
ない
one
け
to
ん
talk. Dar, you horny fool. Are you siding with Ferris? And you call yourself a super hacker? Ferris covers her phone with her body. Looks like she plans on hiding it to the bitter end. Should we halt the experiment?
ちょっと岡部
Hey,
い
Okabe,
つまで待たせんのよ
how long are you going to make me wait? An impatient Karisu nags me through the phone. Don't rush me, damn it.
オカリ
Okay, Okarin, it's probably something private, so don't you think we should... So I don't think you should pry... What? Even Mayuri's on Ferris' side? She was like this with Moeka too? This is bad. I thought I had Ferris in the palm of my hand. Was I dancing to her tune all along?
岡部
Okabe,
返事しない
if
な
you're
ら
not going to
切るぞ
send anything, I am hanging up.
待て
Wait, fine. Activate the phone wave, name subject to change.
電話レンジカッコ仮を
Damn it.
起動だ
I submitted to the cat girl.
放電現象
The
始まった
discharge is starting. I nod to Ferris after getting Carisu's report. Ferris puts her finger on the send button and
ポチッとにゃ
click. Nya. The divergence goes even lower. As the dizziness fades, I exhale slowly and open my eyes. Alright, world, show me your new form. Man, I wish I knew what kind of mail Ferris sent. First things first, I'm still in her room when I look out the window. The Akipa sprawl greets me. I scan the room.
それじゃあ
Okay,
カー
card
ドオープン
open. Oh no, another virus card.
目が甘いにゃ
Not so fast, Nyan. Aw, you took 3 link cards, right? And I got 3 virus cards, right? My Yushi's in trouble.
絶対説明な
What are they doing? 3 of them are sitting around a table playing some kind of game.
まだターミナル
We still
カー
have
ド
a terminal card.
次のターン
We can turn the
で
tables
逆転
next
狙える
turn.
ってマジ
Nyahaha. It's way too late for that, nya. Ferris is going to use the terminal card. Virus checker, nya.
使っちゃうのにゃさあ
So,
まゆし
which is Mayushi's last virus card, nya? Oh no.
マジパネー
You're a monster, Ferris 10. Hey, could you wait 2 or 3 turns, nya? Please, nya? Nyaha?
真似してもダ
Not
メにゃ
even if you could try to copycat Ferris, nya.
そんな
No way. Mayuri puts her fingers to both of her eyes as if to mime tears. Anyway, it looks like they're playing Rhinet Access Battlers. It happened again, reading Steiner. I am the only person in the world who keeps his memories after the past changes. Ferris's D-mail worked. That's why the 3 of them are now playing a card game instead of waiting for Ferris to press the button. Ferris never even sent the D-mail. If I look at her phone, there won't be any record of it in her send history, and even if I demand that she tells me what she sent, she won't be able to answer because the very fact that she sent it has been erased. The only trace of the D-mail is in the recipient's phone, namely Ferris's father's phone 10 years ago. But that 10-year-old mail data was most likely erased long ago, so I don't think we can check. I have to figure out what changed the hard way. Let's start looking for differences. Whew. Ferris-chan is really strong. Mayushi started out strong, yeah. You have potential, nyan. But don't think I'll go easy on you just because we're playing for fun, nyan. Besides, I promised Papa that I'd win the next tournament, yeah. I can't lose to anyone before then, nyan. Ferris nods happily. Papa said that if Ferris won, he'd take time off work to congratulate me, nyan. I want to congratulate you too. Are you free that night? Papa and I are having dinner that night, yeah? Oh. You know, we should all go cheer at the finals. Thanks, nya. Isn't your final opponent the viral attackers duo? No one had heard of them until they defeated Ferris-tan's rivals, Idiona. Ferris-tan's duels with Idiona were all god tier, so I was looking forward to it. I haven't seen any other Rainet matches, but are the viral attackers really that ferocious? Well, they're not a threat to Ferris-tan. Ferris-tan is the strongest. Ferris-tan is a goddess. Nyan, stop it, Nya. You're embarrassing me, Nya. As I listen to their conversation, I feel a strange churning in my gut. Something's not right here. A voice whispers from deep within, deeper than usual. I play the conversation back in my head and soon realize the source of my discomfort. The Ferris I knew had never been to an official Rainet tournament. And yet now she's about to compete in the tournament finals. Which means she's been going to tournaments for a while. Is this the change that Ferris wanted to make? Considering the recipient was her father, maybe he was strict and wouldn't let her go to tournaments. But is that a reason to change the past? Ferris is only 17 years old. It's not too late for her to start participating in tournaments. If there were any age limit to Rainet tournaments, that would be one thing. I guess it was just that important to her? At that moment, someone knocks on the door. The door opens halfway and a middle-aged man appears. It's not the butler. Excuse me, Rumiho? Do you have a minute? Papa! Ferris quickly gets up and leaves the room. Oh, Ferris-tan's dad. Shouldn't we say hello? He's a CEO, right? Wow. Ferris soon returns. Then she turns to us and puts her hands together in a gesture of apology. Sorry, Nya. Ferris has to go out with Papa, Nya. Okay. I guess we'll see you soon. Or later. Then... But Ferris-tan, what about my match? You promised to give me a hands-on lesson, you know? Really working me over? Pretty sure I didn't, yeah. Of course you didn't. I was just making it up. Daru-kun, you shouldn't trouble Ferris like that, Ferris-chan. Come on, Okurin. Let's go back to the lab. Yeah. You know, Hyunma's been awfully quiet, nya. Something wrong, nyan? Nothing. I was just looking at Akiba, watching the ignorant masses scurry about in search of momentary surcease. from the pain of existence.
さすがオカリン
That's Okarin for you.
不明なり
Batshit crazy. Fairies, her dad, and their butler see us off. Her dad tells us to come visit again. Ferris's dad seems like a cool guy. He's not pompous like you expect rich people to be. The sun is setting, but there's still a crowd in front of Akiba Station. More foreigners than usual. People come from all over the world to buy electronics and otaku goods in Akiba, but it looks like the satellite is attracting some as well. Man, it's hot. Less than a minute outside and I'm already drenched in sweat. Ferris's air-conditioned apartment was a little slice of heaven. I'd love air conditioning in the lab, but we don't have that kind of money. Anyway, how about some food? I turn around to ask Daru and Mayushi what they think. Mayuri's not there. Huh? Where did Mayuri go? Huh? You're right.
そういえば消えてる
She's gone. Did Stardust Handshake activate again? I scan the area. There she is, walking casually toward the station. She's already about 50 meters away. I chase after her. Mayuri, where are you going? Okurin, Mayushi was thinking about stopping by Nakano Broadway before going home.
帰るなら帰るとなぜ
If
言わん
you're
のだ
going home, then why didn't you say so? Sorry. All I could think about was getting to Nakano. Like some kind of ninja. Never noticed she was gone. Mayuri does this a lot. She just wanders off without saying anything. And just like Daru said, you never notice she's gone. So when you turn around to look for her, it's like she vanished into thin air. Stardust handshake and sneaking fade. Why did her powers have to be so annoying?
そもそも
What business do you have in Nakano anyway?
あのね
Well, a Sorrow Sword Duinchi came out yesterday.
エロ
Born? No, but the illustrator is Koga Yui-san.
甲賀ゆいさん
Mayushi thinks it's finally time to get serious about costumes
へ
again.
え甲賀ゆいか
Koga Yui?
去年の
She
ガンバム
was the
のキャラ
character
クターでしょ
designer for last year's Gundam.
そ
Yeah,
うだよ
僕の分も
buy me one too.
わかっ
Okie dokie.
おい
What are you guys talking
おい
about?
お前たち何を言っ
If
てい
you
る
want
んだ
Duinchi,
同人誌ならば
why not go to Toranoana? Toranoana. It's right over there. Dara and Mayuri stare at me blankly. There? Where?
いや目
You
の前だ
know,
目の前だ
there, right over. I follow my pointing finger. Toranoana isn't there.
俺
What? I rub my eyes and blink several times. It doesn't help. Maybe I'm looking in the wrong place. I check up and down the street, but no, it's nowhere to be found. And what's more, I can't find Animet either. It's supposed to be right next to Toranona. Instead, I see electronic stores. Daichi Kaiden and Tituanzon. Blah 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 blah. Tituan Minami. Never seen them before in my life. Wait. I remember Mr. Braun saying that Akiba used to have a lot more electronic shops. Closed. I think Daiichi Kaiden and Tituan Minami were among them. Minami.
虎の穴も
Where the hell did it go?
一体どこ行ったの
それはひょっとして
Have you lost it, man?
は
Huh?
秋葉に
There
は
aren't any Toranas.
アニメイトもない
I don't know
よ
if I'm pronouncing that right
だから
naturally.
マユシは
Torananas or Animates in Akiba. That's why Mayushi's going to Nakano to buy Duinchi. Dojinshi. What? Do you mean they aren't any? They were there yesterday. Weren't they? What about earlier today? I wasn't really paying attention on the way to Ferris's apartment, but I'm pretty sure they were still there. There's no Moya stores in Akiba, man. You know that. The Holy Land of Moya is Nakano. But Akiba is the Holy Land of Moya. The whole world knows that. Has the heat finally gone to your head, Okurin? Akiba is the electronic town. If you opened a Moya store here, the electronics otaku would riot. This feeling again. Dissonance. My memories don't match. The past has changed. Part of me knows what has happened. But I still can't help but ask. What about Mandarake? Nope. Akibao? Of course there's an Akibao. I mean Akibao. I mean Akibao. Okay. Where do they sell doinchi? The hell's that? They sell doinchi at Akibo? Of course not. That would be crazy. Gamers. Rumtara. They shake their heads. Melon books. Asobit City. They look confused. So basically, I swallow hard. Ooh, I finally understand. It's hard to believe, but I must face the truth. Chaos has forsaken this place. Every last store that sold anime, eroge, or moe goods has disappeared from Akiba. In the final desperate attempt to deny reality, I run to May Queen Nyan Nyan, the maid cafe where Mayuri and Ferris work, and which Daru and I frequent. But upon arriving at the storefront, I am forced to my knees in abject defeat. It's gone. It's all gone. It's not just the moe stores. Even the maid cafes have disappeared. Mayuri, you work at May Queen, don't you? May Queen? What's that? A potato? May Queen Nyan Nyan. I asked Daru too, but no reaction. Mayoshi works at Limone. Remember? Limone? Is that a maid cafe? It's just a normal coffee shop. Is there even a single maid cafe in Akiba? Nah, man. The people here hate moe businesses. Nobody would go. It's clear now. This has to be the result of Ferris's D-mail. The butterfly effect is at it again. Ferris said she had influence over Akiba's development board. They adopted her plan and embraced the moe industry. But by sending a D-mail to 2000, the world line has shifted to one where that never happened. Akiba is still electronics all the way. To think that a single mail could rewrite 10 years of the town's history. Is it okay to change history on a whim like this? I almost feel guilty about it, but since I am the only one who remembers the original Akiba, nobody can blame me. It's not like I can change it back. But still, what in the world did Ferris's D-mail say? The next morning, I go for a stroll through the streets of Akiba. What I discover is that although the chaotic energy familiar to me has receded, Akiba is still Akiba at its core. The few electronic stores that I used to frequent are still there. In fact, they've multiplied. You can still hear their loud theme songs and the cries of salesmen all the way from the sidewalk. Electronics otaku and PC maniacs walk the streets with unkempt hair, wrinkled clothes, and eyes burning with intense purpose. There are even cheerful foreigners, taking in the sights. The maids and young female otaku have disappeared, but the hobbyist essence of the town is unchanged. I admit, it's a relief. Yesterday, I heard from Mayuri how we met Ferris on this world line. I was wondering, since May Queen no longer exists. It was at a small Rynet tournament at a toy store in Ikebukuro. We went to cheer on Daru, but he dropped out because of his stomach ache, so Mayuri and I ended up taking his place. Our opponent was Ferris. We got crushed, needless to say, but Mayuri says that Ferris was very gracious and gave us advice on how to play. That was the beginning of their beautiful friendship. Our past has changed considerably, yet we still ended up with the same close friendship we had on the last world line. Fascinating. Maybe Lady Luck is looking out for us. I've got a mail. And I've got a concurrent viewer IRL, so should I check the mail or see if the game progresses with me checking the mail inherently? Indeed. Is that Ikiyasha Mine? Or is it Lakshia Minya? Nonetheless, I will press enter. He pulls out the phone by himself. Cool, cool, cool. We are watching you. Attachments. What the hell? Is this a prank? Spam? Why red gelatin? Who's watching me? What's going on here? I spin around, searching the crowd. A few passersby look at me strangely. I don't care. Something is wrong. Goosebumps break out over my body. Is it the organization? Sir? If so, then this mail is a threat. My pulse skyrockets. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. What do I do? Do I tell someone? Who? I can't involve anyone. It's a prank, it has to be. Ignore it. But what if it's serious? Are the men in black coming? I'm dead. They'll erase me. Erase us. Should I call the police? No, not enough evidence. What do I do? What do I do? What the hell do I do? Thoughts spin inside my head. Every pedestrian looks like an enemy. If I flee from the crowd... Oh, excuse me, no if. He just does. I flee from the crowd. After I manage to calm myself down, I head back to the lab. For now, I'll write that mail off as a prank. It is still early. Well, I guess it's actually noon, but Mayuri, Kurisu, and Lukako are already at the lab when I return. I greet them, trying to keep the anxiety out of my voice. It's Sunday. Over the weekend. What are you doing here, lab girls? Pardon the intrusion, Okabe-san. Good morning, Okarin. The two cute high school girls wave at me in greeting. By the way, one of these girls is actually a boy. In any case, the sight warms my heart, or would if not for a certain assistant who just gives me a bored look before going back to reading. What are you doing? Mayuri and Lukako are sitting next to each other on the sofa reading a book together. It looks like a cosplay photo album. Yesterday I went to Nakano to buy doujinshi, remember? While I was there, I found a photo album of a super cute cosplayer. So I splurged on it. Look at Chan. This is a costume of Sedona from Bloodtoon. It's so detailed and cute. It is. I see. She's showing it to Lukako as part of his re-education. To think that he is so reluctant to get involved in cosplay. He was. So, it looks like Mayuri's persistence has paid off. Actually, judging by his obvious interest in the photo album, maybe he was always interested in cosplay, just too shy to be cosplay himself. Take a look, Chris-chan. It's amazing. I'm okay. Looks like Kurisu's not interested in the photo album. She just gives a cold Instead, she's reading a difficult-looking English book. Damn it. This is no time to be showing off your intelligence. You're going to make Mayuri cry if you talk to her like that. Or so I thought, but Mayuri doesn't seem to mind, so I stay out of it. Wow, look at these swimsuits. So much skin. She's got a great figure. Like a graveur idol. Must be nice. Nice? The swimsuits? I don't have that great a figure. Don't worry, Luka-chan. I'm sure you'll make our friends breathe hard. Big friends. Hey now, Mayuri, what are you saying? It's like you're referring to Daru with that remark. Plenty of people like flat chests. So even if you don't have breasts, you should still have confidence in yourself. Kurisu starts choking on her coffee. I know how she feels. I almost did a spit take with my soda. Mayuri's breasts are huge for her height, so her advice lacks a certain element of persuasion. I know. Once Komema's over, let's all go on a trip to the beach. Mayoshi's been making costumes all summer. I haven't had time to play at all. What do you think, guys? A Lab Mem beach trip? All the Lab Mems? I can't go. I have to go back to America soon, and I haven't even started packing yet. Yes, I can see you're in a rush. I bet you don't even have time to lounge around and read. Kurisu snaps her book shut and glares at me. Fine, I'll be blunt. There's no way I'm swimming with two perverts like you. If it's just the girl members, I'll happily go. Be honest, Christina. You just don't want me to see the Mongolian spot on your butt. I don't have a Mongolian spot. Anyway, if it's just the girl members, then doesn't that rule out Lukako? What's that supposed to mean? Didn't we tell you earlier? Lukako is a bona fide guy. This is the first inverted visual we've got. Not perverted at all. Freezes the air instantly. Huh? There's something off about their reaction. You're the worst. Where do you get off calling her a guy? Yeah, Okurin, that's a terrible thing to say. Even Mayuri condemns me. Lukako, meanwhile, turns pale and hangs his head, so I can't see his face. Is he crying? Normally, he'd get depressed and say something about how embarrassed he'd be to wear a swimsuit, but he wouldn't start crying. Christina, I understand your desire to deny the truth. It's difficult to imagine that a guy could ever be so cute, but... Okabe. Kurisu's advances on me with a stern glare. If you want to give me stupid nicknames, that's fine. I mean, it's not, but... What you said just now is below the belt. I didn't take you for the kind of guy who thinks it's funny to hurt people's feelings, but I guess I was wrong. You're a real jerk, Okabe. Huh? What did I do to deserve this tongue lashing? Apologize. Apologize to Urashibara-san at once, right now? No. Wait a sec. I don't have to apologize for anything. I just said the truth. It's okay. Lukako gets up from the sofa. His head is still hanging, and his voice is barely audible. So that's how Okabe-san sees me? No. That's not how I see you, Lukako. You're a guy, remember? Or are you denying reality too? You're the one denying reality. That's right. Luka-chan's a girl, Okarin. You're terrible. Mayuri, when did you start calling Lukako Luka-chan instead of Luka-kun? Cut it out already, Okabe. She's a girl. Mayuri nods in agreement. Huh? What's going on here? Is this some kind of prank? I'm going home. Lukako tries to slip by me out of the lab. I grab his hand and stop him from moving. Hold it, Lukako. You can't fool me. You're as much a man as I am. I know how to prove it. I pin Lukako's arms and reach for his package. Let's see what you're hiding down. Nothing. Oh? Ah! You... Ah! Oh, huh? What? What? I feel around some more. No, don't. Okabe-san, please stop. Nothing. Nada. It should be there. I mean, he's a guy, isn't he? An electric current runs through my brain. No way. Yes way. So that's what happened. Lukako, you... The D-metal that I thought had failed was actually a success. You're a girl? That's what we've been saying. A half second later, Kurisu cracks me over the head with her heavy textbook. When my vision clears, Lukako is crying. Mayuri is rubbing her back comfortingly, rather. Kurisu, meanwhile, is glaring down at me like I'm something she scraped off the bottom of her shoe. Daru, who arrived a moment ago, is in the corner, trying not to laugh. Honestly, I can't blame him. Righteous high school girl makes perverted college guy beg for forgiveness. If I had to put a title to this scene, that's what it would be. The top of my head is throbbing. Most likely because Kurisu wiped out 100 million of my precious neurons, envied by scientists the world over. I put a moist towel to my head. I want to vivisect your skull and remove your brain for a good washing. Then I'll submerge it in culture fluid so you can never do anything like that again. Anyway, just be thankful I haven't reported you to the police. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. Man, that was dumb. I didn't think it would go wrong. I didn't think it would be gone. Obviously, he could imagine it went wrong nonetheless. Lukako has become a girl. Her face hasn't changed, and she's flat as a board, but she's definitely a girl. There's no denying what my hand didn't feel. I guess that ridiculous superstition was true. If you eat vegetables, you'll have a girl. Does this count as a scientific breakthrough? Anyway, I'd apologize to Lukako. I'd better. I hope she doesn't get PTSD because some pervert, me, groped her. I mean, she's a 17-year-old girl now, and she was shy to begin with. I need to be as gentle as humanly possible from now on. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if she never spoke to me again. I have no one but myself to blame. I'll just have to accept the consequences. Anyway, what in the hell made you think Yurishibara-san was a boy? As I already explained, we changed the past. Lukako was a guy, but he wanted to be a girl, so we sent a D-mail to make his wish come true, and it worked. I knew the world line had changed. My magic eye, reading Steiner, saw the shift in time. But I chose to believe my mundane senses instead. I should have had more faith in my powers. I won't make that mistake again. Kurisu calmly readies her book above her head. Want some more? I am telling the truth. You have to believe me. I can explain this phenomenon logically. When we sent the D-mail, we changed the past, and all of history changed as a result. My brain perceived that change. I leapt to my feet, overcome with excitement. Out of all mankind, I alone can perceive changes in causality. I am this world's observer. I look around, expecting to see awe on their faces. Sit down before I hit you again. I do as I'm told. Don't you understand? I am the observer, the one who opens the box holding Schrodinger's cat. Schrödinger? Schrodinger's cat again. The Japanese can't get enough of that cat. You're Japanese too. I've had enough, Schrodinger, thanks. I do admit that kittens are cute, though. Daru's absolutely right. Whenever an anime wants to use quantum mechanics, the character always talks about Schrodinger's cat. Anyway, my magic eye has the power to perceive changes in the world line. This power is called Reading Steiner, as I explained. And I told you that that name was stupid, remember? It's English. Like something from a kid's manga. Not to mention, it's a grammatical mess. And there's also the fact that it's half German, so no consistency there either. It's stupid.
ちなみにこれは
The same goes for the Stein's Gate thing you're always talking about. Looks like you still got that Mongolian spot on your butt, eh, Christina? Names are all about feeling. My creativity, comparable to the great Da Vinci himself, cannot be held by the shackles of grammar. She hits me again. I'm seeing stars.
少しは反省し
Show a
ろ
little remorse, huh?
すいません
I am sorry. Ukuko is still crying. As punishment, I spent the next 30 minutes on my knees under Karisu's watchful eye. If I slouch for a second, I get the corner of her book. I'd accept being told, die, pervert, if it were coming from Ukuko, but why the hell is Karisu butting me? I didn't do anything to her. Does she think she's one of those class president characters? Anyway, I flee the lab as soon as my punishment is over. The silent pressure from the girls is just too much to bear. I step into the sun and stretch. My legs are numb from the kneeling, so I can barely stand straight. At that moment, the Bronte workshop doors open, and out comes part-time warrior. Our eyes meet.
おーす
Sup? She's less energetic than usual.
なんでそんなふにゃふにゃ
Why are you
してん
so
の
upply?
ごめん
It's
こういう体操があ
a
るんだ
new exercise.
うーん
Hmm.
知らなかったな
Never heard of it. Suzuha answers listlessly as she sits down on the bench. When she aimlessly gazes skyward, I follow suit. Huge clouds are slowly swallowing the blue. A helicopter flies overhead. I can hear its propellers slicing the air.
絶好のサイクリング日和だ
Perfect weather for cycling.
Huh?
Really?
そうか
But it's so damn hot. How can you exercise on a day like this? I'd rather drink hot coffee in a well-conditioned room. In an room. No, I'm just kidding. In a well air-conditioned room while browsing the net. Now that's a luxurious way to spend summer break. If only the lab had air conditioning.
あのさ
Hey,
ちょっ
up
と
for a little
サイクリン
cycling?
グしない
Seriously? She has to be joking.
チャリは1台
Your
しかない
bike only has one seat.
二人乗りすれば
One of
いい
us
じゃ
can
ん
sit on the back.
バイトを放り出していいのか
Don't you have work to do? Suzuha pops into the store. She's back in less than a minute.
許可取ってきた
I got permission.
どうせ
It's
客
not
は
like we'll have customers anyway. I try to think of an excuse to refuse, but nothing comes. I am a mad scientist, not a mad cyclist. So why am I doing the pedaling?
その昔
Long ago, Aristotle
言
said,
いました
time is just the
時間
measure
は
of
運動
motion.
の数だから運動した
So,
方がいいよ
put those pedals in motion. That doesn't make sense. I'm exhausted. We barely made it to the station. I'd die if I went another block. This was a terrible idea. I should have known better. I get off the bicycle and sit against the station wall. Suzuha sets the bike against the wall and crouches next to me. Sitting on the ground is undignified for a man of my stature, but no matter. I just need a few moments to catch my breath. I watch the crowds of people move past. Nearly all of them are men. Here and there I see people carrying large boxes, most likely PC parts or appliances. There isn't an anime poster in sight. When Akaba changed, so did the people who visited it. This atmosphere, it's kind of retro. It's the Akaba I've only seen in pictures. Akaba at the end of the 20th century. The electric town in its purest form. It has arisen from the ashes of the past, and the only one who knows it is me.
私さ
You know, Suzuha murmurs,
東京に来たの
it's only been 10 days since I arrived in Tokyo. Huh, I didn't know that.
夏休みを利用した
Vacation?
観光
No, that can't be right.
ないよ
お父さんを捜索するため
I'm hunting for my father. That's a strange way to put it.
な蒸発でもしたのか
Did he run away? I meant it as a joke, but Susua looks so serious. I hope I didn't screw up again. I haven't seen him in years, but I know he's in this town. Oh. But then why are you working downstairs? Susua works at the Bronze Tooth Workshop from 11 AM to 7 PM every day. I doubt that leaves much time to search. Honestly, I don't have a clue where to begin. Have you talked to the police? No. Then shouldn't you? Or you could hire a private investigator or something if you have money. I don't have the resources, and besides, there are issues. I only have one chance. And that chance is tomorrow. I know that tomorrow he might appear in a certain place. A certain place that has a rather ominous ring to it. Could her father be some kind of fugitive? I stay silent, unable to think of a response. If I miss that chance, then I'll have to leave. By leave, you mean go back home? Not exactly. I have a parallel priority engagement. What? I've already made up my mind. I don't find him tomorrow. I'll give up. You're worried, aren't you? I understand that feeling. You're alone, searching for your father in an unfamiliar town. It can't be easy. I hope that talking to someone would help. That's why you sought out the most reliable person around. Me. Alas, part-time warrior, you have made a grave mistake, for I am the insane, mad scientist, Homeostasis. You shall be my next guinea pig. Guinea pig? You know what I'm talking about. D-mail, the greatest discovery in the history of science. I've already explained D-mail to Susua before. We shall be the subject of our next experiment. What are you going to do? Susua takes a step back. She finally realizes the danger she's in. Do? Simple. I need more data, and I'll do anything to obtain it. You're going to change the past. You can change it however you like, but only I will know the difference. If you think that's cruel, then do as you please, but know that you are already caught in my web. You cannot escape. Fear not. I know exactly how what you should write in your D-mail. Listen well. You're going to send this to your father before he disappears. Don't abandon your daughter. You're a nice guy. You know that? What? I think talking to you really did help. Are you trying to insult me? I am not a nice guy. I am a mad scientist who experiments on women and children. Now tell me your father's email address. If you don't, then I shall unleash the power of my right arm. Once it's unsealed, not even I can control it. You may not survive. Consider yourself warned. Sorry, I can't. You dare defy me? I don't know his email address or his phone number. Uh-oh. Well, that's a letdown. That's why tomorrow is my only chance. Thanks for caring, though. I don't care. I'm just disappointed I couldn't experiment on you. Anyway, you can send mail to the past? That's amazing. The first time machine ever. Of course it's amazing. I am Huin-Kyoma. Any plans to upgrade it? Upgrade it? You know, like sending people to the past or something. We're working on it. No good ideas yet, though. Then let me give you one word of advice. You should leave Makisekurisu out of it. Why do you have against her anyway? Well, better get back to the workshop. I only got a 30-minute break. I'll get in trouble if I don't get back soon. I stop Suzuha as she gets on the bike.
明日は
Come to the lab tomorrow, whether you meet your father or not.
なんで
Why?
お前の昇進
So I can use your grief to power my time machine.
さすが
You really are a mad scientist. So evil.
もし父さんと会え
If I meet my father, I'll stop by.
その時はみんなで祝福を
Then
あ
we
げ
can
て
do
よ
a
ね
gun salute. She laughs happily. Then she starts pedaling, leaving me behind.
ちょ待て
Wait,
俺も乗せていけ
Hey!
おい
let me on, hey! Suzuha doesn't wait, leaving me with no choice but to run back to the lab. I shall now brief you on, well, actually, just 1 second. Going to infiltrate now. What should I do? I'm so nervous. I can't see my own heart, like peeking through frosted glass. Wish me luck, over and out. Okay, good luck. Amane Suzuha. Amade? I don't remember. Anyways, the operation is called Eldrimnir, I guess. The only lab members are Lukuko, Mayushi, and Kurisu. I couldn't get a hold of Ferris or Moika. They must be busy. Daru, meanwhile, gave me some crap about having things to do. I was prepared for Lukuko to refuse my invitation, but since she's here, I guess she's forgiven me. For now, at least. I want you guys to get ready for a party. I've already explained to the lab mems what Suzuha told me yesterday.
あんたは何するの
And what are you going to do?
俺か
Me? I'm going to follow that part-time warrior and report back as the situation changes.
やめなさいよ悪趣味だな親子水入らずにさせてやれ
Don't you dare! Let her be alone with her father! You shouldn't be so quick to reject my plans, Christina. You don't understand the intricacies of the human psyche. Now that you've rejected my plan, there's no way I'm going through with it. You have underestimated my pride.
全的すぎ
Get over yourself. Besides, Christina, you and she are enemies, are you not? You protect her from me while plotting her demise? That makes you a hypocrite.
行動が人としてダメすぎるんだ
You
ろ
don't have standards. You just don't have standards, that's all.
そうだ
She's right.
邪魔す
I don't think you should bother her, Okarine.
と思うな
Even during the strategy meeting, Mayuri keeps working on her costume. Ruko hasn't agreed to wear it yet, but Mayuri's enthusiasm remains strong.
それよりも
No matter what
どん
happens,
な結果
we need to give her a warm welcome.
迎えて
I'll do anything to help make this party super special. Actually, I haven't met this Suzuha-san. Suzuha-san's really nice. I'm sure you'll get along with her too.
いい人
Nice?
とにかく俺
Anyway,
から尾行を
I'm going to tail her now. You guys,
だから
no!
ダメだっつ
Get
っ
it
て
through
んで
your
しょ
thick skull. Damn it, assistant. How dare you give me
指
orders?
図をするな
In the end, I can't get permission to tail Suzuha.
逃げたら承
Don't
知
even
し
think
ないから
about running
な
off somewhere. Karisu is forcing me to help her with the shopping. There's no way out. Damn it. Karisu really is turning into a class president character. At this rate, she might take over the lab. Wait, could this be what Suzuha was warning me about? Nah. Anyway, time to get my head in the game. We must prepare for the Last Supper, Operation Eld Hrimnir. The Last Supper refers to our party for Suzuha. In the event she reunites with her father, we'll just celebrate normally. In other words, it will be her last supper in Tokyo. However, if she doesn't reunite with her father, we'll kidnap her and force her to participate in our experiments. Sacrifices must be made if we're going to perfect D-mail technology. In that case, it will be the Last Supper on this world line. The lab's budget, most of which comes out of my pocket, is tight, and it's okay to party every once in a while. There's no such thing as low risk, high return. High risk, high return. That's how a mad scientist operates. I can already taste Suzu's despair. Huh? Over there? Isn't that... I follow Chris's finger to see Daru emerge from Yodobashi camera. Found you, Daru. Huh? I grab his collar to stop him from escaping. Why didn't you respond to my summons? Like I said, I've got something to do. Which is... an offline meet. Inexcusable. Wait, just listen a second. Your offline meet are a party with food handmade by our very own lab girls. Choose one. Handmade by girls? Oh, one question. Will Ferris Tan be there? Before Chris, you can answer that. I whispered to Daru. Naturally, Ferris is a labman too. Damn it! Why do they have to be on the same day? Can't it wait until tomorrow? What will it be? The time to choose is now. I want to eat Ferris Tan's home cooking. If you give up the offline meat, then that settles it. I give up. I give up the offline meat. Daru surrenders all too quickly. When we return to the lab, Mayuri and Lukako are already starting preparations. Huh? Daru-kun's here too? What about Ferris-tan? Where is she? You've been tricked. Ferris-chan said she couldn't come. Wait, seriously? Okurin, what's going on here? This isn't funny, man. Don't worry, I'll make sure she comes to the next one. You've gotta be kidding me. I was looking forward to that time machine meet. Time machine meet? What's that? It's an offline meet for this sci-fi BBS I posted on. Some famous writers are going to be there. I won't forgive you, Okurin. Ever. What? Why didn't you say so? I would have gone too. Suddenly, I smell something strange. Does anyone else smell that? Smell what? Did we blow a fuse somewhere? Sorry. Lukako's apologizing for something. That's probably the smell of Mayuri's cooking. What? This is the smell of food? I'll help too. Okay, then warm these eggs, please. Should I use the phone wave? No, if you put raw eggs in the microwave, they'll explode. We took the door off. It should be fine, right? Chop, chop, choppity, chop, 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 choppity. Mayuri-chan, don't hold your knife like that. What the hell is going on here? Daru and I exchange glances. Maybe we should help too, or at least kick them out of the kitchen. It won't end up the same either way. Or rather, that is to say. Won't it end up the same either way? I am getting dizzy. This isn't the future I was hoping for. You're telling me? I'll never forget this, Okurin. Never. I am sorry. Truly. But please, Daru, stay with me to the end. I'll order pizza as insurance. It only gets worse. The smoke grows thicker by the second, filling my lungs with ash and tar. In less than an hour, the girls have transformed the lab into a Class 5 disaster zone. I take out my phone and put it to my ear. It's me. Looks like the evil one is free. If you haven't heard from me in an hour, tell my parents I love them.
オカリンそれ
Ocarin. That's a death flag. Is this the choice of Stein's Gate? El Sai Kangaroo. After the storm has passed.
うわー
遅いな。
She is late. The sun's already set. The food lined up on the table, none of it looking particularly appetizing, has already grown cold. I open my phone to check the time. It's getting late. The high school girls will need to head back soon. Was Suzuha able to meet her father? If so, they might have a lot to talk about. Goodbye. There's only one word in Suzuha's email. Does this mean she didn't meet her father? And now she plans to leave town alone? Oh, and Kyoma will never accept that. She will be my guinea pig whether she likes it or not. I fly out of the lab. I don't know where Suzuha is. All I can do now is go to the station. If she's going to leave town, she should be using public transport. If she's using the Hippia line on the other side of the station, then I've struck out. But if she's going to take the bullet train from Tokyo or Ueno, then she'll have to pass through here. I carefully scanned the thinning crowd around Akiba Station. Where is she? After about 30 minutes of watching the crowd, I spot something. My gaze focuses on a person walking in from the main street. It's Suzuha, shuffling along with her head bowed. As she gets closer, I can see that she's wiping her eyes. Is she crying? I don't see anyone walking with her. I guess she couldn't find her father after all. You there, part-time warrior. Suzuha looks up in surprise. I see the tracks of tears on her face. Just as our eyes are about to meet, Suzuha looks away. And then she turns and runs out of the station. Wait! I give chase, ignoring the stares of passers-by. She's gone. Damn it! Where did she... Hold on a second. Why am I chasing her? Do I have some kind of urge to chase things that run away? That's stupid. I am not a dog. Shouldn't I just leave her be? It's not like we're that close, right? You're a nice guy. You know that? I think talking to you really did help. But Suzuha is all alone in the city. What if I was the only one she could talk to about her father? I know she's hurting. She needs my help. Shouldn't I do everything in my power? Just now, I think I saw someone who looked like Suzuha. But the run from the station has left me exhausted. I dropped to my knees, gasping for breath. My sides ache. I can't take another step. Even after searching the entire area around the station, I couldn't find Suzuha. I guess this, too, is the choice of Stein's Gate. As I rest, I look up at the night sky. The satellite remains buried in Radikan's wall. I wipe the sweat off my brow and head back to the lab. Okara, did you find Suzuha-san? Everyone's still there when I return. It's late. Go home, everyone. But tell us what happened.
そうだ
Yeah,
一人で納
keep
得
us
して
in
ん
the
だよ
loop, man.
鈴葉には
Suzuha ran away from me. I guess she couldn't find her father.
どうやら
Oh, a gloomy silence falls. I could see the sadness on everyone's face. I begin to laugh. Okabe-san, what's wrong? Are you okay? His brain is probably oxygen starved from too much running. Ocarine,
決めす
chill.
いや
Look at you all.
どいつも
Why the long faces, friends?
こんな時の
Have you forgotten? We have just the thing for moments like
あれ
these.
があるではな
I
いか
thrust my finger at the curtain in the developmental room.
D メールを使う
You're going to send a D-mail?
でもさ
But the discharge phenomenon won't occur this late, will it?
起きないのならば
Then we'll send it
明日起きればいい
tomorrow.
話だ
D-mails leap through time. It matters not when we send it, but when it is received.
なんで送る
Who are you sending it to?
今日の昼間
To
の
myself
俺
this
自身
afternoon. The message, I smile triumphantly.
クリスティーナの
Don't
脅迫
let Christina? Oh, don't listen.
バイト選手を尾行せよ
Don't listen to Christina. Pursue Susuha. If I do that, there's no way I can fail. And then, we can have Susuha as a test subject. I suddenly hear the sound of rain. I look outside the window and see that rain has started to fall. As Daru predicted, the discharge phenomenon does not occur. It looks like we'll have to wait until tomorrow. The rain grows stronger over time, eventually becoming a thunderstorm. The next day, there isn't a cloud in the sky. And I have mail despite no message. Oh, I can now check it, I guess. Whoa. Check the news over and that satellite's up and disappeared. Oh no, LOL. Mayuri. They said the satellite disappeared. I wonder what happened. Did it fly away? It's like a magic trick. Well, good night. Okay. Well, that's interesting, but why am I not noticing via the text? How come only my eyes are seeing this? I keep checking the Bronze workshop through the window, but the morning passes without any sign of Suzuha. She's probably long gone from Akiba by now. She doesn't know who she's dealing with. She's just a pawn in my game, destined to fight for me at Ragnarok. At the stroke of noon, I activate the phone wave, name subject to change. The destination is my phone, yesterday around 4 p.m. The discharge phenomenon occurs as normal. The floor shakes violently. Squinting against the glare, I send the mail. The divergence is even further decreased. Or increased, depending on how you look at it. Is divergence increased if the number gets lower? My brain shakes violently. My vision flickers. As the vertigo passes, I can hear my heartbeat and feel the warm blood coursing through my body. I blink slowly. That was the sensation of reading Steiner activating, and so I know Suzuha is ours. I hurry down the stairs. I step outside and look to the front of the building. What belongs there has returned. A mountain bike polished to a shining finish. And on the bench next to it, looking up into the summer sky, is Amane Suzuha. Good morning, part-time warrior. I try to remain calm as I call out to her. Sup? She greets me in her usual listless fashion. Slacking off? It's not like anyone's gonna come. And besides, I was up all night partying. I'm really tired. You're partying? With who? Were you drinking, Okabe Rintaro? Big no-no. You're only 18. We have shifted from a world line where we failed to stop Suzuha from leaving to one where we succeeded. As a result, the events of yesterday changed. You couldn't find your father, so we held the Last Supper to make you a test subject, correct? Uh-huh. Yeah. I remember you saying something like that. Thanks for all your help yesterday. My memory's a bit fuzzy. Remind me again how we captured you. Wait, were you really drinking last night? Just tell me. Well, I was on my way home from the time machine meet when... Whoa, wait a second. Time machine meet? Yep. That's the same offline meet that Taro was going to.
それが
Was that where your father was supposed to appear?
そうだって昨日説明したじゃん
I said so yesterday, didn't I?
それで
So you were going home, and then
いきなり
you, Hashira Itaru, and Shiname Yuri appeared out of nowhere.
私はラボに
You brought me to the lab, and we partied all night long.
寝てたし
So my pursuit of Susuha was a resounding success. I can't help but smile at how smoothly things went off. Suzuha, meanwhile, looks back up at the clear blue sky.
昨日は楽しかった
Yesterday sure was fun. Her tone was sincere.
マキセクリスさん
It would have been more fun if not for Makise Karisu. The apple pie she made was deadly.
でも
But Yurashibara Luka's curry was awesome.
君たちのラボ
Your lab seems kinda like,
サークルみたいな
like a clubhouse? It's nice.
みんな仲が良くて
Everyone gets along, and you're always smiling.
あんなに心地いい時間
I've never had so much fun in my
生
life.
まれて初めてだったよ
It sounds like Suzuha had a pretty dark childhood. Maybe she was bullied in school. Could that be related to her father's disappearance?
バイト選手よ
Part-time warrior. As
約
promised,
束通り
you are now my test
お
subject.
前に
でもさ
But I already told you, I don't know his email address.
ならば実験は
Then we'll have to postpone the experiment until you find out.
ちなみに
By the way, the phone wave, name subject to change, used in the experiment is our lab's greatest secret. You must become a lab mem to guarantee your
ラ
silence.
ボメン
Lab mem?
ラボラトリー
Short for laboratory member? When you become a lab mem,
ラボメン
you
ナンバー
become
を
one of
与えられた
us.
いいの
Can I really join?
いやでもなってもら
You
うぞ
don't have a choice in the matter. From this day forth, you are Lab Mem 008. Suzuha lowers her head, no doubt awed by my proclamation. I hear what sounds like a sniffle. Then she looks up, revealing a smile.
しょうがないからさ
I guess I don't have a choice, huh?
現代になったら
I'm all yours.
まだ
You're not going
帰
to
ったりし
leave?
ないの
Nope. Maybe there's still a chance to find my dad.
頑張って
お前は今日から
You're a lab mem now. If there's anything we can do,
何かあれば
you need only
俺たち
ask.
も手伝うちなみに
By the way,
父親に
Do you have any
手がかりのような
leads?
ものはないのか
Suzuha hesitates a little. Then she stands up and turns to me. Her expression is grave.
私の父さんは
My father calls himself Taiter.
タイタン
Wait, Taiter? As in that Taiter?
知ってんの
You know about him? He
もしか
might
した
be
ら
using a
今
different code
違
name
うコ
though.
ードネームを使ってるかもしれない
I don't just know him. He's been active on @channel for the past several weeks. I open the @channel thread on my phone and show it to Suzuha.
見ろ
Look,
ジョン
there's
タイタン
someone
という人
posting named John
書き込
Taito.
みをしているだろ
Suzuha stares at the screen.
これで謎は解け
This
た
solves the puzzle. Your father is on @channel.
あ
You're right.
っておい
Hey,
なんだその淡白なリア
should
ク
you
シ
be
ョンは
more surprised?
ーいや
Well,
この人
it's not him.
なぜわかる
How do you know? You just said your father calls himself Taito.
私にはわかるの
I can tell.
とにかく
This Taito isn't my
タイタンは
dad.
お父さんじゃない
It's a strange way to put it. It's almost like she knows who's behind John Taito. As if to answer my suspicions, Suzuha continues.
ジョンじゃないんだ
His
よ
name's not John.
私の父さんが使ってい
The
た
name my father used was
バレルタイターっていう
Barrel Taito. A big plot twist for people who know. And that's it for chapter 4. Thanks for showing up. And that's it. Now I simply save and continue the game. Tomorrow. Alright. Have a great day, everybody. I love you. Bye-bye.